arriving shortly. Good morning. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and faculty and students from Georgetown University, from DC, and from Qatar, welcome to today's session. My name is Anil Khurana. I'm a professor at Georgetown University and executive director of the Baratta Center for Global Business, which is working with the Ministry of Finance and the GCC Secretariat to host this event today. We themed today's events GCC 2035, exploring the future of regionalization, global and regional industries, and trade and investments, which is intended to be a conversation around the dynamics and complexity of today's global economy and the GCC's role in the intersection of globalization and regionalization, two strong trends that we see around the world. We will have 3 panels today and 3 keynote speakers spanning regional and global policy, industries of today and the future, and investors' perspectives, both inbound and outbound. And we start with a keynote by His Excellency Ali bin Ahmed Al Kawari, who I'd now like to invite to the stage to give his perspectives.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Esteemed fellow ministers, respected academics and experts, and distinguished guests. I'm delighted to welcome you all to participate in this unique collaboration between the GCC Secretariat and Georgetown University, which aims to galvanize our thinking in how we can work together to confront the challenges and the opportunities for the next decades. The world and our region have changed dramatically over the last decade and will change even more in the next decade in the coming years to 2035. Many of the achievements in the GCC recent years, from the formulation and implementation of national visions to the rollout of large quantities of renewable energy across several countries, might have sounded unlikely or met with skepticism a decade ago, but they are reality now. This suggests there will be more surprises in the years to come, particularly as we grapple with rapidly evolving technologies like artificial intelligence. Our region is well placed to seize the opportunities that are being presented given a world-class infrastructure, available capital, and strong leadership. On the negative side, we have been through recent challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic and the backlash against multilateralism and trade deals. The impact of the climate change are beginning to be experienced here as in other parts of the world. Also, although the Gulf itself remains a stable region, several countries in the wider Middle East are engulfed with alarming conflicts that are harming some of our trade routes and partnership, on top of causing immense suffering to the civilians. Given these challenges, it is encouraging that partnership between the Gulf countries is at the strongest in many years. This is thanks to engagement by national leaders and substantive contribution made by the GCC Secretariat and its agencies to facilitate cooperation and support policymaking. We will need these trends to continue so that we can make the most of the coming decade for the people of the Gulf, as well as work together to support wider region and the international community. Our conference today will start with a ministerial panel to share views about how to expand our cooperation at the governmental level. It will be followed by several keynote speeches and 3 expert panels looking at how we can engage with industries of the future, that we can learn from each other's and what we can learn from each other's national vision and strategies, and how to engage with foreign investors. Thank you all for participating in these discussions, and I hope that today's event will spawn new ideas and partnership to help us seize the opportunities of the coming decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those opening remarks which sort of set the stage for the day. And if I use a sports analogy, the world is a playfield with 192 countries, all competing as individual players. However, with the complexity around us, I think it's time for a team play, Team GCC, right? That's, I think, the spirit of the day, maybe. Let me now invite my colleague, Professor Raj Desai, to come to the stage along with the rest of the panel. Raj is an accomplished economist with a lot of expertise in economic reform and international development. And for the next 45 minutes or so, Your Excellencies, Ministers of Finance from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Bahrain Minister of Economy, and Her Excellency, Managing Director of IMF, please join us on the panel. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Georgetown family from Washington and Doha, welcome. Thank you for joining us for this panel this morning and for this conference. Let me start by posing a question to the panel of ministers. May I ask the ministers that in the past several years, it's become evident that we are seeing changes in global trade patterns, greater risks of geoeconomic fragmentation. So may I ask, what challenges do you see in improving cooperation in the GCC? And how can these challenges be resolved? Start with the minister.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, GCC states have some of the most open economics in the world. Both in terms of share of trade in GDP and limited trade barriers, and engagement with wide range of trade partners. There are challenges when the global fragmentation and rivalry mean that third parties impose limits in our trade, or force us to choose between countries in a critical sectors, when we could prefer to trade neutrally. We try to balance this in a pragmatic ways. Within the GCC, we share advantages of integration that could run up against national priorities and concerns between competition. You know, so what we are saying, here, I mean, the GCC has great advantages in terms of like unite us, instead of, separating us. Most of the world supplies of LNG and oil is coming from this part of the region. Also, we have stabilities. We have a strong governance, in our system. Fiscal, discipline is also part of our, agendas. So this makes the region is very unique and has the ability to integrate and cooperate, better than many other regions. Of course, there are competitions. And these competitions, in my opinion, is very healthy, because it, complement us. Each country has a unique advantage, and when we collect these unique advantages, we have a power that we can, to be competitive in the world. And we have seen recently attention really coming to the region here. Our biggest challenges, as I mentioned, is really, the geopolitics. This is something we're monitoring and seeing here. But in the same time, also, also the fragmentation, what we call fragmentation of the world, and, moving away from multilateralism, to nationalism. This is a big challenge, as we see, and because then we have to select partners and becomes very, very difficult. However, as I say, us here, as finance leaders, as well as with the GCC Secretariat. I think we are making the progress to make sure like we mitigate all of these risks and stay united. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to thank Kristalina and His Excellency Minister Al-Jad'an for the invitation. I would like to thank His Excellency the Minister of Finance in Qatar for hosting this important thing, and thank you for the warm welcome. Today, when we look across the GCC region, it's important to note how big the growth trajectory the region is on. Currently, GDP across the 6 countries is north of $2 trillion a year, estimated to go up to $3 trillion a year by 2030, and estimated to go up to north of $5 trillion by 2050. So it's quite a significant growth trajectory that we're on, but there's also an inflection point. If we look at the history of the region's economies, they were largely exporting natural resources and importing products and services. The transformation that is happening rapidly in this economic cycle, it started a while ago, but we're really seeing it pick up now, is the increase in the size of the non-oil economies. And then those sectors in the non-oil economies are manufacturing products, they are providing services, and therefore one of the issues around the integration is to ensure that the integration reduces the friction around goods and the friction around services, because largely when we used to speak about economic integration, we were all importing economies and had to have more like a unified importing policy. Whereas today, we are exchanging products and services, and that has been a change to the way we used to do business. And so our collective structures that have created a strong and unified economic system across the Gulf has to now evolve to reflect the changing and evolving and modernizing trade patterns. And that is one of the things that all of us as ministers of finance and with our colleagues, the ministers of commerce, and all of the relevant entities in customs, etc., have to adapt and make sure that our integrated mechanisms are fit for purpose in an evolving economic structure that we all face. And that's one of the big things we need to focus on.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا وسعيد بوجودي في الدوحة. I'll switch to English so our English audience can understand. But I really wanted to first of all thank the Ministry of Finance of Qatar for hosting this, for the university for co-hosting this and organizing this timely event. I think as their excellencies have mentioned, GCC is uniquely positioned really to harness opportunities out of the current challenges that the global economy faces. This is in a region that really shines in a midst of series of challenges that are facing the global economy. And despite what His Excellency Al-Kawari mentioned, that there are parts of this Middle East region that are going through tough times and very unfortunate human tragedy, GCC have played a very significant role in calming down the tensions, trying to focus on its own economy and its own people, and providing support to the wider region and to the global economy at large. We have seen GCC taking very bold and serious action in diversifying their economies. They have been reliant for a long time on fossil fuel and the endowment they have. And while fossil fuel demand still very robust, it continues to suffer from fluctuations in revenues, which makes it very difficult for countries who heavily rely on one commodity to be able to actually sustainably and predictably implement their strategies. And that's why diversification is key. I mean, we see it in Qatar, and Bahrain, and Oman, and UAE, and Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, where a lot of efforts are being made to ensure that their economies are diversified. As a result of that, the IMF Outlook report of 23 clearly states that the GCC have been able to withstand the multiple shocks that the global economy have faced. Now, just focusing on the key question, I think obviously we are 6 countries with different demographies and sometimes even different priorities. And without acknowledging that, we are not going to go anywhere. So if we just say that, no, we are GCC, everything is rosy and fine, you will not go anywhere. I mean, we collectively recognize that there are different national priorities, but also at the same time, there are very clear common understanding, common benefits, and definitely we all recognize, as His Excellency have mentioned, that working collectively would benefit all of us a lot better than working in silos, including on trade. And particularly when we see challenges around the world, shifting political positions, if we don't harness that tension to our benefit, I think we would lose a lot, and we recognize this, and we are very focused in making sure that collectively we reach that target.
Madam Managing Director, if I can follow up based on what the ministers have been speaking about, the minister mentioned the IMF regional outlook, and we've heard 2 themes in what has just been mentioned, the discussion of regional integration and, of course, diversification and decoupling from hydrocarbons. What role do you see for the International Monetary Fund in supporting GCC countries' efforts to do that?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel. I'm in the 3rd day of my 2nd term as a managing director of the IMF, and symbolically, I think being right here in the Gulf is the right place to be, because what we see at IMF here in the Gulf countries is what we would like to see all over the world: a relentless pursuit of reforms that bring transformation of economies and make them more resilient to shocks that come, and also very serious attention to inclusive growth, making sure that the young people in the Gulf have prospects for their future. Just 2 points of reference. One is on diversification. We have seen tremendous shift towards non-hydrocarbon sectors. In Saudi Arabia, we just talked with the minister, from 30% to over 50%. We look at Oman, 65%. We look at UAE, 75%, and Bahrain holds the record for now, 85%. And the second one is what happens within the Gulf. From being outward-oriented only, in other words, trade with the rest of the world, more and more countries are integrating. And just one number, in the 80s, trade within the Gulf countries was meager, $3 to $4 billion. Now it is over $70 billion and growing. So what we see is reform-minded leadership, pursuing transformation, pursuing relentlessly this diversification of the economy, but also looking towards making the Gulf stronger. What is the role of the IMF? What we do for this region, as we do for the rest of our membership, is threefold. One, deepen reforms and provide learning experience, be a transmission line of lessons from one place to another, especially reforms in the fiscal area, and of course looking at new risks on the horizon and how to build resilience towards these risks. I want to thank Saudi Arabia. We now have a regional center in Riyadh to bring the countries together and to bring experience from these countries to the rest of the world. Second, we work very hard on making sure that capital markets in the Gulf get deeper and deeper, and that capital markets in the Gulf are more integrated, so they can be a force for this engine of diversification in the region. And three, very important for us, we bring the voice of the Gulf in terms of pushing back on protectionism. These countries are naturally with the mentality of trade is good for everybody. And what in a world where we see a bit of retrieval away from multilateralism, it is fantastic to have the Gulf and the voice of the Gulf. Minister Al-Jadaan is the chair of the IMFC, our governing committee, and we have UAE chairing the development committee of the World Bank. Very good to have that kind of leadership for multilateralism in place. I want to finish by saying that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, people don't go to the Gulf to learn how to run their economies. People from the Gulf go to other places. That has changed. Now we come to the Gulf to learn from you. 4 of the 30 most competitive economies today are Gulf states. 3 of them are right here next to me, and the 4th one sits in the audience, UAE. That dynamism and that sense that we have to work together in the world we live in is what you bring, and we at the IMF transmit that to the rest of our membership.
Thank you all. Thank you. A lot to think about. But rather than continue here, I think to move things along, we will open the panel, with the permission of the members of the panel, to some questions from the audience. Please identify yourself, and in the interest of time, please try to be brief.
We don't charge money for answering questions for a change.
And in particular, if you wish to direct your question to any member of the panel, please say so. Well.
That seems to be a very shy audience. Not that shy. Here is a question.
Thank you very much for having us. I'm Frederick Mwansa from Georgetown University. I think it's tremendous the amount of capital expenditure that the Gulf countries have poured into the shift towards renewable energy. As this success has sort of happened, are there any key challenges that the leaders we have here are seeing for the next 10 years, and how do your governments plan to sort of like combat those challenges?
Thank you. I mean, it's very difficult when we are sitting here where oil or hydrocarbon is the main source of our revenue, and to answer a question on renewables. But I will try to address that. No, I mean, sustainability is at the core of our strategies, and if I may speak even on behalf of my colleagues, in the GCC here, because we are coordinating these activities. So every single country, strategies, you will see the sustainability at the core heart, of our strategies. And, we are a responsible, energy suppliers for the world. It's very important we understand that as we go to a fully renewable situation, transit energies, has to be there and has to be supported. And this is the role we are playing today, to provide the world with a transit source of energy that will help to reach, the sustainability goals and the net zero, situation. This is one side of it. At the same time, efforts are being done, in many countries. I can start speaking about Qatar, solar energies, for example. By 2030, we already, our Ministry of Energy, they announced, 30% of the power generated in Qatar is going to come from solar. And this is a huge investment we are doing. Also, huge efforts has been done, in the decarbonization and carbon capture projects, under the way. And, so this is another thing. Even, going beyond energy itself, even in the finance, in the Ministry of Finance, for example, of Qatar, we have created a green financing framework, and we have issued the first ever, in the region, sovereign green bond, just recently to support, green development. So the commitment there, and we think the GCC itself is going to be very critical to the transformation and the achievement of the targets reaching there. The only thing, the one caveat I will say, and probably His Excellency Al-Jad'an will share the view, I think when we talk about, sustainability and net zero, I think we need to be realistic in our targets. What we have seen in the past, yes, the aspiration is there. Everybody's, we are seeing the climate change and the effect of it. But I think we need to be realistic when we set the target dates and everything. At some point, we felt like, it was pushed aggressively, for a shorter dates, which was going to put a pressure, on the economic development, on the inflation. And we have seen that. I think so now we need really to rationalize our goals and move in a realistic ways and put a realistic aspirations and targets for net zero situations and to reach, the environmental sustainability goals. Thank you.
I think this is very, very important question. And throughout, actually, the GCC, significant investments are made in renewables. And as in hydrocarbon, I can tell you we are providing the cheapest renewables in the world. So our production cost by the private sector of renewables is the cheapest. Then, what does that mean? That means basically we will continue the journey of investing heavily on renewables, but at the same time we are investing on the base energy to make sure that the world is supplied with energy until there is enough renewables in the world. The key challenge on the renewable side is how can you actually export it? And the current basic mean of exporting it, at least scientifically, is through hydrogen, and green hydrogen particularly, or blue hydrogen with sequestration. But then the cost is still very prohibitive. And nobody wants to buy from you if you produce hydrogen, although we have now started the largest hydrogen plant in the world in Neom in Saudi Arabia, which will be commissioned next year. Still, the customers are very shy from buying hydrogen from Saudi Arabia or from elsewhere because the cost is quite high. But we became also creative. So instead of actually exporting energy purely directly, we can actually export proxies of energy. So we are now bringing data centers into Saudi Arabia, data centers and Bahrain and UAE and other countries in the region. Data centers consume significant amount of energy. And instead of actually exporting the energy, we will fuel these data centers with renewables and then export data, so that these data centers will be connected worldwide and can be used wherever you are. And so instead of actually directly exporting energy, you could find alternatives such as what we are doing in the data centers. I'll stop there.
If I just want to add one thing, and in addition to what His Excellency Minister Al-Kuwari and His Excellency Minister Al-Jad'an mentioned, one of the things that's unique to this region is when we look at what's driving our push towards renewables, and you look at where it's coming from, there is an additional dynamic that's very much a feature of this region, which is as hydrocarbon exporters, the benefit of substituting hydrocarbon consumption with renewable consumption means that you can then go on and sell that hydrocarbon. So it's very close to the source. We end up linking that benefit of renewable energy substitution is something that we pick up very, very quickly and see the benefit of very quickly. And that's why you find that ministries of finance in the region are big supporters of renewable energy, because the financial benefit is there from a very practical perspective. In addition to the point that His Excellency Minister Al-Jad'an made in terms of the challenge of how do you export it once you're producing more than your local need, and of course, given that there's huge economies of scale when you're deploying renewable energy or capital into renewable energy, you need to build huge scale. Hopefully you build more than your local consumption. Then how do you export that? That is certainly a challenge. The other challenge is the rapid development of technology in this space today means when you're doing big capital deployments, you're looking at things with a capital deployment cycle and wondering whether or not that technology will be obsolete or still be relevant. That is one of the challenges that we always find when we're looking at the projects and we're looking at the scale of the projects at a time when the technology is developing so rapidly. One of the things that we constantly have to ask ourselves is, will this technology be relevant even in 5 years' time, or 2 years' time, or 20 years' time? So it's difficult to guess, but that is another practical consideration that does pose its own challenge.
Great question. We know that the world is not moving fast enough on decarbonization. We know that if we take all the pledges of all the countries during this decade, we will fall between 25 and 50% short of what is necessary to decarbonize. So taking aggressive actions in this decade is so very important, because the more we delay, the more expensive it becomes. And I want to reinforce what we heard from Minister Al-Jad'an of the critical significance of renewable energy for the new economy based on artificial intelligence. And I so much welcome that there is this thinking that the Gulf can be an integrated place for the provision of data centers based on your expansion of renewable energy. And if I have one suggestion for the ministers here is think together of how you present your business proposition on transforming your economies for a world of artificial intelligence. If you go alone, each country on its own, risk is it would be costlier, and maybe you would not achieve the critical mass for competitive positioning in this new world, this new economy. And if you go together, then I think the benefits for you and the rest of the world would be tremendous.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the very insightful remarks. My name is Hashim Krayem. I am a PhD student at Georgetown's Department of Government. My question relates actually to the transition away from a hydrocarbon-reliant economy. I want to pick up on something that His Excellency Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa has said about reducing frictions in goods and services. So attracting talent, especially a high-skilled workforce, is a key element to that, and it also features into the Qatari National Vision of 2030. Do you foresee maybe facilitating, free movement of labor between GCC countries? What I'm thinking of is something more like a GCC visa, similar to approaches in the EU, where high-skilled workforce can actually, transition between countries and work for different firms, which would also facilitate knowledge transfer, as was noted by Her Excellency, the Managing Director of the IMF. Thank you very much.
So I believe the Minister and the Managing Director may have to depart for other business, so please join me in thanking these two members of the panel, and we can continue with the rest until our time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hashim, for that question. And it is absolutely the case that when we look at how to reduce friction and make sure that we are a proper economic unit, that definitely when it comes to skilled workforce and ability for skilled workforce to move within this economic unit and any frictions around that needs to be addressed. And it's relevant in all spheres. All businesses are people businesses. Even factories are people businesses. And certainly in services sectors such as financial services and consulting and all sorts of areas, it is important to have that. There have been many initiatives early on with regards to local labor force being able to move around in a frictionless manner, and those work very well. So within the GCC citizens have a lot of freedom to work in all 6 countries. And absolutely, when it comes to looking forward, that's currently being done for tourism, for example. So unified tourism visas or joint tourism visas is something that has already been actioned. And when it comes to workforce and labor force, it's something that certainly needs to be taken into consideration in the future. And that's a very good point, and something that will have to factor into us making it a proper economic unit where people move in. Thank you.
Why don't we take a last round of questions, and we should collect a few. Please.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First, I want to thank Minister Al-Kawari for inviting the Islamic Development Bank to participate in this very important gathering. My question partly was to Kristalina, but now the chairman of the IMFC of the IMF will have to be put on the spot. Maybe he can reflect on that. This region, as was mentioned by all the ministers and by Kristalina, has been opening up significantly in terms of its own diversification internally and in terms of its global trading outlook. And its economies are really growing and flourishing because of that openness. Unfortunately, globalization seems to be retreating globally. And multilateralism seems to have become almost a bad word. And therefore, for the global economy to be really in sync with what's happening in the GCC, and for the GCC to be able to continue to flourish under this global economic system, what is it that the IMF, being the guardian of the global economic system, can do to really prevent that curtailment of trade and to enhance that and deepen it in the rest of the world so the GCC can really achieve all its aspirations that are very well expressed in the vision systems that have been produced in all of the GCC countries? Thank you.
Very good. Let's take perhaps 2 more questions in this round.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm Kayla. I'm a finance undergrad student at Georgetown. I think the growth of the sports industry in the Gulf Coast has really captured the attention of the world, and I'd love to hear your perspective on where you see that industry going in your countries. Thanks.
Right. Here.
Hello, thank you so much. My question is about private sector development and ensuring nationals are participating in the development of the private sector. This is a top priority for countries in the region, and I'd like to know, in your perspective, what are the main challenges to building a robust private sector and having local participation in the private sector, and what are the key policies that are needed to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
So we have a question about the challenges facing the GCC in an era of deglobalization, a question about sports, sports promotion, and a question about the growth of the private sector.
I didn't hear the question about, I think the second question, but I'll try to cover very quickly His Excellency's comments. Although I am not the IMF spokesperson, but as the IMFC chair, I can say clearly the IMF is very, very clear on its position of supporting multilateralism, globalization, and free trade. And they strongly believe that free trade, trade movements, and globalization, multilateralism benefits countries around the world. And the fragmentation in whatever form we take would likely cause quite serious loss on GDP growth globally, and will likely also cause serious inflation, and would likely also cause lack of spending efficiency across the globe. That said, I am actually not as pessimist as a lot of people are. I think despite the fact that we have seen significant media coverage from 2018 until now about global fragmentation, in reality, there is actually an increasing global trade. The difference is that, trade between certain countries may have reduced, but that has been replaced with trade between other countries and opportunities created for other countries to replace the falling trade or between other countries. That said, we are steadfast in the GCC, but also in the IMF, to try and promote trade, promote multilateral institutions, and making sure that institutions like the IMF is kept as the right fora for adversaries to be able actually to have a mature discussion and resolve their issues. On GCC growth, there are very clear sectors which are actually contributing significantly to the growth in GCC. And I'll name few without any order of priority. Tourism is an area where we are seeing an incredible growth. And the beauty of that is not only it is causing a growth in infrastructure and capital projects, but also creating significant amount of jobs. And that is an area of focus, and that is an area that we are actually driving collectively, I think, throughout the GCC. The second is financial services, with each of us having its own vision that is largely really coordinated, you need a very strong financial sector to support these visions. And you could see very clearly that the financial sector within the GCC is growing in a very healthy way. We have, just in Saudi Arabia alone, one of the largest capital markets in the world. And that is needed if you need to continue your growth trajectory. In relation to private sector, I think if you read each of the visions documents of the GCC countries, you will see that the key focus is private sector-led economy and supporting basically businesses, SMEs. And again, I'll just take an example. I'm sure other GCC countries have similar experiences. In Saudi Arabia, the SMEs have actually doubled, literally doubled in the last 5 years. And what is even more interesting is 45% of SMEs are owned by women. So empowering half of the society will give you significant growth potential. I'll stop there if you want to comment, Sheikh Salman.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I'll just talk about the private sector first. As His Excellency mentioned, governments know that you have to nurture the private sector, you have to have a private sector-led economy, you have to. One of the things that is important is that we have to always remember that what the government's role is in nurturing the private sector is to create fertile soil and then support people to grow within that fertile soil. So over planning it sometimes has its issues. So what you need to do is you need to actually leave the private sector to blossom on its own by providing the fertile soil, which includes the right regulations, the right infrastructure, and to simplify the procedures so people can have access to getting their permits, access to capital, etc. And those are all elements of the fertile soil. And then you need to ensure that you're also providing support for people to grow within that. Through training, through upskilling opportunities, and through good education systems. And that becomes the way in which you can drive the blossoming of the private sector within that soil. And in addition to that, another accelerator or turbocharger that can be added is a few strategic projects. And when I say a few strategic projects, yes, they need to be big, they need to have impact in terms of the GDP, and they need to be sized to the size of the economy. So you sprinkle that soil that you've got for the private sector, and you've given people the tools and skills they need to work with in that soil, and then you turbocharge it with some strategic projects and a focus on that. And we've seen, for example, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the scale at which the turbocharging projects to provide the private sector have really had a positive impact on the economy. And the Kingdom of Bahrain, we do that as well. We identify a list of strategic projects, we ensure that those are going well, and then we do that. But again, I will come back to, once you've done all of that, the next job of the government is to get out of the way. And just get out of the way of the private sector and let them get on with what they're doing, and just make sure that people are, not doing bad things. That's the limit of where we need to be. There was a question about sports, I think. Kayla mentioned the sports development in the region. It's a very important sector and a very important industry because it has huge community benefits as well. And it's important to focus on ensuring that what we are doing is we are doing things that have continued benefit for the region, and that are upgrading upgrading the infrastructure to cope with those. But it's interesting when you look at some of the impacts long term. And if I go back 20 years ago, Bahrain hosted its first Formula One race. And that is an annual event that creates its own annual economic activity over a long period of time. At the time it was done, it was a huge logistical challenge for the Kingdom of Bahrain to have to upgrade quite a lot of infrastructure to just do that one race in 2004. Today we have 4 races in the Gulf: Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, Jeddah, and Doha. And we can see the benefit of an ecosystem that had been created. And then from there you spill on into even manufacturing certain components. And we have a few factories that have come to Bahrain from international companies that are working in that field. And then you get local participation and a local interest with regards to motorsport. And you give path to young members of the community to participate positively. And that is the same with football. That's the same, which is the global sport and the regional sport. That is the same with many other endeavors. And it's important that it becomes part of the process and part of the community. And that's how we really benefit from it, in addition to the economic benefits which we see. Thank you.
Excellencies, thank you. I have promised to keep the panel to the time schedule, so please join me in thanking the ministers and Managing Director in absentia. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj, Your Excellencies, and all of you for a great discussion here. I mean, I saw a mix of logic, passion, but also honesty in the discussion. And we'll build on that during the rest of the day. May I now invite Dean Safwan Masri from Georgetown University to come and welcome us all for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and the 25 Hoyas that we have with us here today, the students from Georgetown University, whom I'm delighted to welcome to Doha. When the GCC was founded in 1981, it might have seemed improbable, even far-fetched, to think that we would be here today in Doha talking about the Gulf's leadership in renewable energy, artificial intelligence, and media. Back then, the region was largely defined by its vast oil reserves and strategic geopolitical position. But impossible has always just meant not yet discovered. And today, we are no longer limited by the narratives of the past. The world is witnessing the Gulf emerge as a hub of innovation and culture. I see this evolution daily at Georgetown University in Qatar, in the enthusiasm of our students who are reimagining the future with new perspectives, in the enthusiasm of the government of Qatar, which never settles for anything less than transformative change. Every day, I am reminded that Qatar and this region is now defined by its capacity to become a global force in industries that shape tomorrow. As Madam Georgieva stated, the world is learning from this region. When Georgetown decided to establish its campus in Qatar nearly 2 decades ago, it was a commitment to a vision of the GCC as a crossroads for global thought and influence. We came here because we saw the region as more than an economic powerhouse. We saw it as a place where conversations lead to action, partnerships transcend borders, and bold ideas take root and thrive. Today's conference continues that legacy. Universities are, by their nature, conveners. We bring people together across diverse fields and perspectives to explore complex questions that defy simple answers. A recent example of this is Georgetown University in Qatar's Hiwarat conference series, which leaves no stone unturned in tackling the most challenging regional and global issues. Our role is to cultivate a platform where impactful discussions take place and where diverse voices shape the agendas that will guide us forward. Georgetown and Qatar Foundation have embraced this role with a shared commitment to excellence. Our work ensures that universities, in collaboration with governmental and private sector partners, stay at the forefront of generating knowledge that is both cutting edge and grounded in the lived experiences of the communities we serve. This aim to be locally integrated, yet globally engaged, is why coming together now is so important. The world around us is increasingly interconnected and interdependent, and so are our challenges. From unending regional crises that dominate the headlines to global issues like climate change and economic instability, we are reminded daily of how deeply intertwined our futures are. Our success in navigating these complexities depends on our ability to collaborate, innovate, and build resilient systems that turn adversity into opportunity. So the real question is not whether we can redefine the region's future. We know we can. The question is whether we will. The GCC has an extraordinary opportunity to lead globally by identifying and incubating solutions that resonate far beyond our region. Today's panels will bring together industry leaders and policymakers to explore how the GCC, with its diverse economies and shared ambitions, can enhance its global investment presence and forge strategic partnerships that elevate its regional and international influence. I urge you to approach these discussions with a healthy dose of skepticism and optimism in equal measure. Challenge assumptions, embrace contradictions, and remember that innovation often thrives where certainties break down. After all, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you. Now, to set the stage for today's discussion, I'm honored to introduce His Excellency Hassan Al-Thawadi, Secretary General of the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, in a special keynote fireside chat moderated by Dr. Anil Khurana and Georgetown University in Qatar Professor Gerd Noneman. His Excellency Al-Thawadi's reflections will set the stage for the rest of today, inspiring us to think creatively about the role of leadership in achieving regional aspirations. Please welcome His Excellency Hassan Al-Thawadi, Anil Khurana, and Gerd Noneman. Thank you.
I would get up. How are you? It's been a while. Yeah. Good to see you, my friend. That's a very good analogy. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we heard a little bit about sports during the day. I gave an analogy. I think His Excellency Mr. Al-Jadaan mentioned the importance of sports. Bahrain Minister mentioned the importance of sports. Your Excellency, first of all, congratulations on a very successful FIFA 2022.
Thank you.
Many of us perhaps attended that World Cup. Well organized. Clearly, we had a great tournament as well. Qatar played well, aside from the overall play.
Not as well as we would have wanted.
Well, I know.
Let's speak honestly. I mean, if we're going to be speaking to everybody here, let's be very honest. We didn't play as well as we wanted to, but it was a great footballing tournament.
That's right. But one of his brothers, Saudi Arabia, actually beat Argentina.
Yes.
Ultimate winner, right? And
Well, I mean, Saudi, I think the, not to sidetrack, but I think Saudi Arabia's victory over Argentina really ignited the tournament.
That's right.
Before that, maybe some of the matches that happened, people thought, yes, it might have been expected results, but that just ignited it. And then since then, you've had, it's safe to say in terms of numbers as well as emotions, probably the most exciting football tournament in history as of today. And I will say this with a little bit of pride and hubris maybe, probably ever.
Indeed, indeed. So what's the view of the legacy that the tournament has created for Qatar and more broadly the region and also the experience of hosting the event?
That's a very open-ended question.
Well,
I'll try to be, I speak a lot, so at any moment in time, please stop me. I mean, look, the legacy, to be able to speak about the legacy, I think it's important to go back to the actual vision and the goals that were set from the very beginning. And you measure your success, whether you achieve them or not, on the goals. So when we bid to host the World Cup, our view was very simple. We looked at it as a vehicle to allow, one, the country to achieve its overall objectives in terms of overall development. So we mapped out the ability of the World Cup to serve as an accelerant and a catalyst against the Qatar National Vision 2030. Human development, environmental sustainability, economic diversification, and social development. And so we looked at how can, the World Cup itself serve as a catalyst and as an accelerant for a lot of these initiatives. At the same time, making sure that we adhere to one very important principle, never imposing unnecessary requirements out of the tournament on the country. So when we're talking about capital infrastructure, never requiring capital infrastructure specific for the tournament, other than maybe tournament specific, which is stadiums, for example, but never imposing unnecessary transportation requirements or anything else of the sort. So as not to remain with white elephants. So from day one, legacy of the country was at the forefront of our mind, looking at how can it help achieve all the different streams that the country had planned. That was one aspect. The other aspect, of course, again, this tournament from day one was never a Qatari tournament. It was always a regional, a GCC, Arabic, Middle Eastern tournament, first and foremost. And the idea was how can we work towards achieving, accelerating initiatives to create, what would potentially, hopefully, at the time we were, and we're still very ambitious about it, maybe a unified Arab market, at least when it comes to sporting industry and sporting events or major tournament events. So the idea was always focused on that. I'm very happy to say, apart from, of course, the technical requirements that were put in place, every promise we made in 2009, it's safe to say that we ticked it off in 2022. By the end of 2022, we were able to achieve every promise we made upon ourselves. More importantly, 2 years later, when you look at the legacy, if you look in terms of the specific legacy specific to Qatar, capital infrastructure today, you have probably some of the best infrastructure in the world. If you're looking at it in terms of human capability and operational capability, again, with a lot of humility, but being also realistic, we are probably, I'd say, one of the top 5 nations in the world when we're hosting major events. We were able to, host a tournament that was complex in many ways. And today, when you see and again, maybe I'm throwing a little bit of egg at certain host nations. I won't lie to you, but generally speaking, you're seeing a lot of host nations in recent tournaments have had issues that a lot of countries previously had seen us or doubted our ability as a result of the same issues that they face today. So in terms of human capability, operational capability, again, at the highest standard. More importantly, though, I think one of the greatest legacies that remains till this day, when I said it was a tournament for the Arab world, I meant, and we achieved it, it was the Arab world welcoming the world on Qatari soil. It went beyond that. Apart from the fact that you had Arab pride and Arab presence by the thousands and tens of thousands in Qatar, the fact they had Morocco in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, that in itself is an achievement I think that the entire Arab world had a lot of pride in. As we said, Saudi Arabia was able to kickstart and ignite the tournament in a very exciting way. But more importantly, it was the Arab diaspora. Traveling throughout the world, meeting people from different parts of the world today, everybody that I see talks about their pride in this tournament. And their pride means they felt a sense of ownership in what we were able to achieve.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is probably one of the greatest legacies that I can say came out of it. Everybody realized that our part of the world not only has the right to be audaciously ambitious, but has the capability of achieving that ambition.
Right. So if I build on your comments, a couple of themes there. One is doing such a tournament successfully couldn't have been easy. You and the Supreme Committee faced a series of challenges over the years, various kinds. I'll let you elaborate on those. But now with that experience behind you, how would you advise, let's say, Morocco 2030 co-host, Saudi Arabia 2034, as they plan their activities and their successful hosting of the tournaments?
I mean, if I was to summarize, obviously there's a lot of details in terms of the challenges that we faced, but if I was to summarize, generally speaking, the challenges that we faced, I'd summarize it in the following. One, you had a tournament that was 12 years ahead. So there was a big issue in terms of making sure that the entire stakeholder, especially when it came to capital infrastructure development, and building operational capability in a nation that hadn't hosted a tournament as significant as the World Cup. How do you manage the two? How do you build the capabilities while realizing that there's no rehearsal like the World Cup itself? How do you also get all the relevant stakeholders to all move in the same direction, whether it's in terms of infrastructure development, whether it's in terms of legislation, whether it's in terms of capitalizing on this opportunity and exploiting this opportunity economically, fiscally, socially, and so on. So that was one significant challenge that we faced. And the other challenge, and again, like I said, having the operational know-how and capability of being able to host a tournament, especially keeping in mind that our tournament has no blueprint. Most other tournaments had a very simple blueprint. Our tournament was a first in every way conceivable, including the operating model and how FIFA delivered the tournament itself. Previously, FIFA always had the local organizing committee responsible to deliver the tournament. In 2026 and onwards, it's FIFA itself that delivers the tournament. In 2022, it's the only time when it was Qatar and FIFA jointly for the tournament itself delivering the tournament. The Compact World Cup, the concept of the Compact World Cup. So there was a lot of firsts. So we had to develop this capability over 12 years with a know-how, again, how do you get people motivated? How do you get people focused? How do you have that blueprint in place? These were the main challenges that we faced, or the main two challenges that we faced in terms of delivering the tournament. And I think the main area that the main advice I would give is from day one, we realized that this was a national event. It was not a standalone event. This was the country's event. We realized that, so everybody looked at it. The simplest way I describe it is it was a lighthouse or a North Star, and you just kept pushing people towards the same direction. You kept motivating people towards the same direction. You kept people understanding what it meant. But of course, 12 years ahead is a long time. So you had to break that down in terms of small little achievements in between. Whether it's hosting friendly matches, whether it's hosting tournaments, club World Cups, opening ceremonies for stadiums. You just had to keep people motivated so that they're still excited for a tournament that faced a third challenge, which was also a very significant challenge, which was a global campaign that had many objectives. I'd say the first one was there was cynicism towards our capability in being able to host this event, being able to pull off this event for many different fronts. That global campaign also put a dark cloud on a lot of things that you wanted to achieve. A lot of people, for example, would be demotivated. Can we do it? Can we not do it? So you had to make sure that basically everybody's morale was all moving towards the same direction. The challenges that we faced ended up becoming stepping stones and motivators for us to be able to overcome whatever was put or thrown at our side.
Thank you. And by the way, audience questions are welcome in the next few minutes. Gert, do you have a question?
Not so much a question as first of all, I was absolutely delighted to have this occasion because it's been too long since we met, right? And so it is a wonderful opportunity. I have to say, I mean, I remember well the times when we, in a sense, worked together before the World Cup, leading up to it, because Georgetown, as many people might not know, was actually involved in one of the most interesting examples of both skills building and what you're saying about this was meant to be for the whole Arab world. There was setting up of an academy, really, and a training program at all levels that was meant to bring people from across the Arab world here, from various footballist associations and so on, and then skill them up, train them in various programs, and then send them back to get more experience, and then come back to deliver it when the time was actually at hand. I thought that was an amazing idea, and it showed that this, what Qatar was saying, what you were just saying, this was meant to be for the Arab world as a whole, an Arab World Cup, was true in this very, very important respect. And that academy called Jusur then went on from strength to strength afterwards. And so I'm very proud that Georgetown was a part of that at the beginning. Another thing I think you put very well is that this was a national project. It was not about just spending excessively on a World Cup. There's nothing that irritates me more than this old canard that comes up time and again. Oh, the Qataris spent 220 billion on a World Cup, isn't it awful? And I keep saying, guys, you know, the actual expense on the World Cup specifically was perhaps 12 billion or something, which is...
24 if you include the operations as well.
Yeah. Which is pretty much in line with World Cups as they go. The rest was part of the national project, right? But so I've got a couple of questions that link to some of the things that were being discussed. One is this idea of a legacy in terms of what else did it bring along? So this idea that you have this as part of your overall diversification strategy, amongst other things, right? So you attract investment, hopefully, you attract private sector activity, you attract visitors, and maybe there's a crossover to other sectors. How successful has that been, or may it be? Or is it turning out the way you had hoped?
Just one word on Jusur. I always like to bring this up. The current Saudi FA president, Yasser al-Mishhil, was, or actually participated in some of the courses that Jusur had launched. So Jusur's impact, throughout the Arab world, as you said, is well and truly felt. Going back towards the legacy, I think it has. I mean, if you look at the more immediate beneficiary in terms of industry for major tournaments is always the tourism industry. That's where people look at, has it actually impacted or not? Today, the numbers, I believe a few days ago, the numbers have been released. Just for 2024, there's been about a 20 billion riyal spend in the tourism industry. There's been about 3 million visitors up until the third quarter of this year. I think that's, I can't remember exactly what percentage, but it's a significant increase from where it was previously. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we were looking at 2027, I think, to reach 4 million visitors. So the fact that we were able to achieve that number, or close to that number, in the third quarter of 2024, factoring in that the significant uptick when it comes to tourism and visitors is coming up in the months to come, says a lot in that regards. In terms of industry-wise, I would say this. I mean, today, I'm very proud to say that, the world, Qatar's been on the map for many different reasons throughout, the last 30, 40, 50 years. But the World Cup has definitely brought it, let's say, to the average Joe's mindset. More importantly today, when we're talking about hosting major sporting events, when we're talking about the sporting industry, moving towards the entertainment industry, the world knows Qatar now. There's no need to sit down and present yourself and provide that presentation. Having said that, there's also the infrastructure that's in place today. There's a significant acceleration in terms of a lot of the fiscal and general legislation and policies. So Qatar, I think, is in a situation today where it's a plug and play, where there's a lot of things already set to attract a lot of the industries into Qatar, whether it's in terms of tourism, whether it's in terms of transportation and logistics, and so on. So I think, to a large extent, if you look at the knock-on effect of what the World Cup has been able to achieve, yes, it's achieved that as well. The more immediate, the more direct beneficiary, like I said, the tourism, but even if you go beyond that, the indirect one is benefiting out of that as well.
Maybe just one quick follow-up question. There was incredible energy in Qatar, right? I thoroughly loved the experience of the World Cup in all the ways that you said. And the energy was linked also to the achievement of Vision 2030 and development overall, infrastructural development and so on. And business energy, right? Domestic and foreign. Since the end of the World Cup, things kind of, that energy seemed to dissipate to an extent, and we all felt a little bit bereft almost, right? But you also hear some of the businesses, foreign and domestic, that kind of sense of, okay, so what's next? So do you get a sense that that dip is now past? And what do you see happening next?
Look, I think it's important to highlight, by the way, that dip is normal. Any major nation that hosts major events, especially an event as significant as the World Cup, even more so than the Olympics, by the way, but any major event, there's always that natural dip. Qatar maybe felt it a bit more acutely for one simple reason. If you look at all major nations that hosted it, especially the last three nations, right? If you look at Russia, Brazil, South Africa, major nations, significant nations, the World Cup, when they're hosted throughout different cities. And when you're in those cities, all of us who've attended the World Cups, there's a center of gravity within that city. If you go towards it, you feel the World Cup celebration. If you shift a bit out of it, out of that vicinity, it's more like business as usual. In Qatar, because of the nature of the compact World Cup, every corner of Qatar was that vibe. It was that energy. The build-up over the last 13 years had that coming through, and you had that, crescendo coming up gradually. You had the big event itself, the Big Bang, and it was truly invigorating in an unprecedented way. Because as I said, most tournaments, as the tournament starts progressing, it gradually starts slowing down, and it gradually starts reducing in terms of the excitement. It didn't happen with Qatar. Every corner you go to, and especially if you went to Souq Waqif, which the Argentinians made as their actually everybody made it as their go-to place. It was a celebration and a festival and a carnival on a daily basis. So it's only natural for you to find the disparity between that and then when next day everybody leaves and life goes back to normal, you feel that drop happening. Of course, again, keeping in mind it was an extensive, intensive progress for 13 years. A lot of the capital projects already got delivered. So it's only natural for that dip to happen, but that dip was not something that was crippling. I mean, obviously a lot of people do, look at it and had the expectation that it was going to be a big boost from the very beginning, but that's not the case. But if you look at, as I said today, the simplest fact when you look at the tourism numbers themselves indicate that there is that shift. There is that push that came into play. That's one significant aspect of it. And I think today, on the wider scale of things, we're still hosting major sporting events. We just hosted the Asian Cup earlier this year. We're hosting a number of different tournaments by the end of this year, whether it's the Club World Cup, I think it's the Super, we've got one of the, we're hosting one of the Supers coming up. There's a number of different matches. There's a lot of, within the entertainment industry, a lot of events that are happening. We've got the FIBA World Basketball Championship coming up in 2027. We've got the Asian Cup coming. So there's a lot of major events that are coming into play that themselves also can serve as accelerants and as momentum drivers for within at least the industry that I was involved in previously when it comes to the event industry. Now, of course, there's offshoots to these industries now. What I can talk about is the ones that I'm more specifically involved in. Anything else should have been the Minister of Finance or somebody else at a higher pay grade than me. But if you're looking, for example, at the entertainment industry today, and maybe even the sporting industry, because I saw earlier in the session, somebody asked about the sporting industry in the region. I mean, today, and even actually about within the tourism, if you look at the trend that's happening globally, sentiment seems to be, to a large extent, shifting from the traditional markets. Let's take tourism to start off with. Today there's a number of traditional markets that worked very hard over the last 20 years to attract tourism, that there's a very strong national sentiment against that industry. I mean, we've all seen what's happening, for example, in Spain. We've heard, for example, Portugal, that worked very hard on the golden visa, is actually now taking back steps towards the golden visa. You've got also the same sentiment seems to be creeping throughout other countries. And funnily enough, the minister, I believe, from Saudi Arabia, I think the finance minister from Saudi Arabia mentioned it, the tourism industry in our part of the world is building up. And that shift, I think, again, with a lot of the initiatives that have been undertaken, whether it's the World Cup, that has shed a light on what's happening within the region, that's been a booster for a lot of what's happening within Saudi. Of course, Dubai's always been there, Bahrain. There's a big shift towards, where the different countries are working on the tourism industry to pick up on a lot of that, I believe, surplus or overflow of tourism from within the traditional markets, which is, let's say, the European and Mediterranean market specifically. On the entertainment industry, if you look at, for example, what's happened in Korea, specific example, the Korean film industry has flourished in an unprecedented way. Netflix just recently, I think, invested about 2.5 billion further in terms of Korean content. Korean content travels, and it's, I think, one of the biggest exports of the Korean film industry. I've always said this, and we see it today in the Arab world, but Arab, let's say, storytelling is part of our tradition. It's part of our culture for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It is part of our DNA, and more importantly, if you look at our culture of storytelling from Morocco all the way down towards the Gulf, we have stories that are easily translatable and easily consumable to the rest of the world, right? Our cultures, in one way or the other, touch different cultures all over the world, whether it's South America, whether it's America, whether it's Europe, and yet up until today, we have not been able to see a single product coming out of the Arab world that competes with the Korean film industry, for example, or even, when we're looking at music, for example, Afrobeats makes its presence, but we're still not able somehow to find an Arab hit globally, right? There's a few hits that might come out. Shab Khalid may be here, Amr Diab maybe the Grammy, 20, 30, 40 years ago, but there's nothing really present as an industry that actually makes it throughout the world. And if you factor the fact that we have a significant Arab diaspora as well, that shows that there's something wrong in terms of what we're doing. And I think we're recognizing that. I think the GCC and the Arab world is recognizing that. And there's a lot of investment going on within the entertainment sector as well. Yeah. Especially if you factor in now today, the world is, the entertainment industry is traveling anywhere in the world, looking for places to shoot, looking for places to shoot their productions. People are moving all the way as far as Bulgaria and Hungary to shoot their productions. I think we have the ability to attract international production, but more importantly, as a result of that, we have the ability, if harnessed properly, which is I think what we're doing right now, to create the right industry to harness our creative talent, to be able to create our Lupin, to be able to create our Money Heist, to be able to create our Shogun. I mean, Shogun today is has achieved record-breaking achievement in terms of the Emmy Awards. And regardless of whatever, it's a Japanese story.
Yeah. So Hassan, I'll ask some of the audience to ask a question on that theme. But let me, in the meantime, ask you a question. So you and I talked about sports cluster earlier.
Yes.
Sports as an industry. We have several investors here. I see the the Vice Chairman of Investcorp here, Shane from Shuruk. So the question to you on the sports side is, sports and industry, how does this industry create value? How do sports teams create value? If you look at the NBA in the US, it's like a multi-billion-dollar industry. What's the opportunity in Qatar and the region in that area?
You mean, well, there's two things that you've got to differentiate, right? I mean, the sporting industry, generally speaking, actually, it's sports or anything else. It's, it's the creation of. All right, it's a loaded question, so let me put it this way. I think the sporting industry, generally, for our part of the world, is how do you create enough of a product or a valuable product that retains its value, that allows for a responsibly fiscal policy to be implemented at it and has a knock-on effect within the industry, right? And I say that specifically because I've got a view in terms of football, for example, that maybe a lot of people might not look at, because I think the NBA or American sporting projects or IP is very different to anywhere else in the world. Again, the NBA, for example, continually increases in value. The NFL continually increases value. Even baseball continually increases in value, and MLS and so on, because they have a very unique model that's very specific to them. But if you're going to look at what they've excelled in, is storytelling. It's in essence the ability to create a narrative that creates this valuable connection to them, while at the same time also ensuring a very responsible fiscal policy that does not burden the teams themselves or overburden the teams themselves, as opposed to football. The footballing industry, I think, in my opinion, has, in the years to come, it's going to face challenges, generally speaking. That's my view globally in terms of where the football industry is. I think today there's a lot of content when it comes to football, a lot of tournaments. For the average football fan, you're not exactly very clear about what you're watching, if you're watching the Champions League, if you're watching the Nations League, if you're watching qualifiers. And I think, again, football will always be football, but there's a potential for the growth and value never to be able to achieve what the NBA has been able to achieve in the latest broadcasting rights or the latest NFL rights. Let me just finish this. When it comes to the sporting industry, however, for our part of the world, what our opportunity is in creating our own hosting, specifically in the hosting side, and utilizing these hosting events to be to be a Kickstarter or an accelerant for our policies, whatever they may be. So, for example, you're hosting major sporting events. How do you ensure that this major sporting event, like I said, becomes a North Star? How do you get every stakeholder in the country to move towards utilizing and extracting the most amount of benefit out of it, so that there's a knock-on effect? So when you're hosting every sporting event, it cannot be we're hosting it just for the sake of the event. It's got to fit in with everything else. It's got to be like a symphony. We're hosting the basketball tournament today, now. In 4 years' time, we're hosting another event. How does this event create a cluster around it? How does this event empower the private sector? How does this event empower policies and procedures that are needed? And then how does this move on towards the next event? And then the next event builds upon the success of the previous event. It's basically, you've got to look at it as a step, or like I said, as a symphony in terms of every sporting event hosts or creates its own unique value.
And so you're saying creation of the brand along with the team and the event, right? That's ultimately the value creation.
Like I said, there's two different, it's two different models. The NBA and everything else that's happening in the US is a different model towards what we're doing. The way I see it, the GCC specifically is set to host major sporting events. Creating your own sporting event that creates a brand, and maybe Saudi's set for that when it comes to their league. I think Saudi's much more set, in that regards when it comes to the league. But I think other GCC, or the general GCC status is hosting major sporting events and making them, and like the minister, for example, from Bahrain mentioned, the Formula One, that launches a few other ancillary industries. The World Cup, it launches a few other ancillary industries. That's where in my opinion, that's where our strong point is. NBA, NFL, all that's a whole different model that the US has.
Any questions from the audience? Take one or two questions.
Your Excellency, thank you. My name is Moritz Ludwig. I'm a Georgetown student. I'm German myself, so talking about the 2022 World Cup kind of cuts deep as we were cut out in the group phase.
Sorry about that.
But let's now talk about that. You mentioned that there was no blueprint for this World Cup, that there was also this global campaign, and I was wondering, like in hindsight, with the knowledge you have right now, what would you have done differently? What would you do better now? Yeah.
See, everybody keeps asking me that question. I always come up with different answers. But the reality is, again, we succeeded. We were able to tick off every promise that we made. So it's very difficult for me to come tell you today what I would have done differently. From a personal level, maybe there are things that I would have done, I would have addressed differently at certain points in time. There came times when the global campaign was extremely difficult, both on a professional and a personal level, and making sure to motivate everybody. And at times I think, I could have maybe motivated the team slightly differently or been around slightly differently in certain areas. That's from a personal growth level. From a tournament basis, I think it's very difficult to go back in hindsight and look at it and say I would have done something differently. Purely because it ended up being successful, right? I mean, if it wasn't successful, I might come back and give you a long list. But today, what we did led to the success of the tournament. There was a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that we faced at different points in time. I'm very proud to say that the team, the team handled it phenomenally well. Again, we created an organization which is the very grandiosely named Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy. I keep cracking this joke. People don't like me to crack this joke, but we sound like a cult. And for a while we were. But the team was able to handle it very, phenomenally well. And the great thing about it was, we were one team, but at the same time, to a certain extent, also in silos. When we needed to work in silos, we worked in silos, so that people did not get affected by other things. So for example, when the campaign happened, we had the comms team very diligently fighting against what was going on, while at the same time, for example, the technical team continued managing stakeholders, constructing stadiums, ensuring that we comply with worker welfare standards to the highest level. On operational side, the team developing the operational capability and continually working with stakeholders to put in the operational plan. And what we were able to achieve was what I would say the biggest success of our tournament from within Qatar was we showed our ability to be resourceful and resilient. Like, forget everything else that we said, forget the blueprint, forget the plans, all that stuff, you can throw it out the window. The best thing about us was we were resourceful, we were resilient. Whatever fire came out, we knew how to put it out. Whatever fire that came out, we knew how to work together. And at times, I'll tell you, at times we didn't want to see each other's faces, true, but we knew how to work together towards putting out those fires. And that's why I would not change a single thing, just because of that ability that I feel very proud that, it's not just the World Cup that brought it, maybe it harnessed it, but Qatar is just known for being resourceful and resilient at the most challenging of times.
Hello, my name is Elena, and I'm a student at Georgetown University, DC. I had a question about the kind of collaboration of the GCC countries in promoting entertainment, hospitality, and tourism, and specifically Qatar's unique advantage in hosting these events, and whether or not you see perhaps a little bit of competition within the GCC for securing these kind of major sporting and entertainment contracts.
Competition, yes, there's obviously always going to be a competition, but I think it's a healthy competition. It's a healthy competition that complements each other. It's not necessarily that we're competing against each other. The idea is to complement each other more than anything else. And I think we all realize, and we've realized for quite a while, that we need to kind of work together towards lifting each other up. And so, we hosted, for example, the World Cup in 2022. Saudi is bidding to host the 2034 World Cup. Now we're working together towards, passing whatever knowledge that we have and whatever experience that we may have towards also this, to Saudi Arabia. They've looked towards, lessons learned, like any other tournament should do or any host should do. But there's a strong collaboration in that regards. There's a strong push, obviously, for Saudi towards, attracting tourism. And the way we see it, it's not, would you travel to Saudi or would you travel to Qatar? The idea now, and I think His Excellency Saad Al-Kharji, the chairman of the Qatar Tourism Authority, also said it himself. Rather than saying either or, it's and. If you're visiting Saudi, why don't you then pass by Qatar? Why don't you go down to Muscat? Why don't you go down to Bahrain? For a lot of people today, traveling to this part of the world, it's not necessarily a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but it might not be the easy trip that a lot of people would see. But so when you come here, why limit yourself to one country? And when you come over here, Saudi will be promoting people to visit Qatar. Qatar will be promoting for people to visit Dubai. Dubai will be promoting to visit Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, and so on. So it's not a competition, rather a complementary initiative. Obviously, within it, you will find maybe a little competition in certain places and certain things. It's only natural. But it's not to the extent that it would cannibalize our growth. We see that we will, the only way for it to be sustainable is for us to grow together.
So, Excellency, we're out of time, so we'll maybe ask you...
One last question?
Okay, one last question, at his request.
Just because I saw her lift her hand up, and I'm sorry, I spoke a lot, so I got to give her a chance.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Zoe Niazi, and I am also an undergraduate student at Georgetown University. I wanted to touch on what you said about like the Arab passion for storytelling, and inquire on what you would identify as some of the challenges that the region faces in Arab inclusion in the media industry, and what specific steps that Qatar needs to take to break into this industry.
You mean globally?
Yes.
Or, I mean, I think, look, the challenges that, I think stereotyping, let's put it that way, when it comes to, characters being played, I think there's a significant swing, right? Either people are taking it to one side and stereotyping Arabs, immigrants and so on, or whatever it may be on the evil side of things, or trying to adhere to a more appealing narrative, so you go to the other side, right? Making us seem very out of character towards our Arab heritage or whatever it may be on the other side. I think the biggest challenge in the global industry is that people fail to realize that we're just like everybody else. We've got our culture that we're very proud of, and it should be present. Our characters should not necessarily be stereotyped based on our ethnicity. If we're put in a story, we shouldn't necessarily be put in a story with that kind of, trying to pigeonhole us in a certain place to tick that Arab diversity or Arab inclusion. We should be considered a normal character like any other character in there. That's one side when we're talking about Arab individuals in the industry over there. I think there are still, nevertheless, some people that have achieved quite significant positioning within the world now. For example, again, you've got Rami Youssef, you've got Rami Malek, within the industry itself, Mahad Dakhil, for example, from CAA, who's quite a senior person within CAA as well, and so you've got people that are making strides within the industry. Karim Amr, as a director and producer. I think from our side, to be able to get our content to the outside world, what we need to do is pick up on our capability in terms of the quality of our storytelling. We had it previously. Today, the quality of our storytelling, if you compare it to, for example, what comes out of Korea, what comes out of anywhere in the world, even, Turkey has been able to develop its own storytelling in a way, and it's traveled. Korea has been able to do that. India and Bombay, not only Bollywood, but Tollywood as well, Southern Indian film industry as well, quite extensively has been able to achieve that. Our storytelling capabilities, whether it's in terms of screenwriting, production value, it still isn't to that level that I think it could achieve. Having said that, over the last 30, 40 years, if you're going to ask me personally, some of the best top 10 actors or actresses, I've got at least 3 or 4 Arab actors or actresses. You're going to tell me about my favorite movies from a storytelling perspective, top 20, you've got at least 4 or 5 Arab movies. Maybe not many from the current era, from previous years, which means that you've got that talent available. You've got that ability available. What we need to do now is upgrade that. Our screenwriting has to become better. Our ability when it comes to directing, moving from shot to shot, blocking, there's a lot of this technicalities that needs to be improved. And that's where I think we need to all work together to creating the right ecosystem, attract international production to this part of the world, by osmosis and by interaction, create that exposure. At the same time, harness through initiatives where we train people to improve that capability, while at the same time staying true and honest to our stories and our capabilities.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So I want to thank you for your time today. Great conversation. I also think that in a few years, this country and many will look back at the 2022 World Cup as a change in the trajectory of the region on the dimension just outlined.
I'm hoping I'm remembered for more than 2022, but yes.
So God mentioned the dip here. I think you remember that as well. Right?
Thank you very much.
With that, thank you very much. Thank you to the audience as well. Thank you. All right, I'd like to welcome Salman Khalid, Managing Director of BNP Paribas, to moderate a discussion on industries of the future. And just continuing with the sports discussion and the sports analogy, and you heard F1 racing. In motor racing, there's this notion that when you want to actually, you're a race car driver, you want to overtake, you overtake at the curve. And the curve is when there's a lot of change happening. The tires are squealing, the acceleration is different, the differential is working. And Salman's going to talk about the overtaking at the curve in the context of industries in the region and what the past held and what the future will bring. Salman, please invite your panel as well. We'll add a chair to this stage as well. Let me arrange for the additional chair.
Okay. So thank you, Anil, for the introduction. We obviously had a number of very enlightening conversations this morning from public sector perspective and more macro issues. My job here is to make it a bit more messy, talk about more micro issues. In a nutshell, if you look at the region, we probably have had two major phases of growth in the last 50 years. The first phase was more led by petrochem, energy, and that triggered economic development, diversification, flow of capital, accumulation of capital in the region. And that triggered construction industry, real estate industry, and brought in services, which was the second wave, and I would say GCC 2.0, services including healthcare, development, retail, and a number of other sectors which developed along with that, which were supporting these services, or industries such as financial services, tourism picked up, hospitality picked up. And now we're at the cusp of the third wave. So as Anil mentioned, the third wave is now coming, and third wave is about a number of other things which are somewhat play on the strengths of the GCC, but at the same time, some of them require new skill sets. And this third wave, globally, if you look at it, it involves everything from decarbonization, green economy, AI, machine learning, and all kinds of other developments, which are in a context where the region is trying to grapple with changing global dynamics, regional conflicts and competition, and realignment. Now, to have this debate, I think we have a very interesting mix of panel here. We have Abu Bakr, representing one of the largest global industrial gases companies, Air Products, Qudra. We have Khalid from an academic background. Abdulaziz, sorry, from an academic background in AI machine learning. We have Amna, who has significant experience on the public sector consulting side. We have Amir, who basically is leading the investments platform of the Saudi-German healthcare group in the region. And we have Saeed, who is a senior partner at Global Ventures, one of the leading venture capital funds in the region. So I'll let the panelists quickly do a quick intro about themselves and what they do. Thank you very much. First of all, I'm really pleased to be here in this audience and to speak in front of a very selected audience. My name is Abu Bakr Koyuncu. I'm the CEO of Air Products Qudra. Air Products, for most of you who don't know Air Products, it's today the largest hydrogen producer and supplier in the world. We are an American company, New York stock listed, in the region now for approximately 35 years. But we have excessively increased our investments in the region in the past 8 years.
So we are, not only a hydrogen producer, as Salman said, we are also today the largest, one of the largest and most profitable industrial gases company, meaning providing hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen into refineries, into petrochemicals, into the energy sector. We have invested in the last 8 years approximately 24 billion US dollars in Saudi Arabia. I mean, you heard the finance minister talking before this session. We are building today the green hydrogen plant, which is by far the largest green hydrogen project in NEOM. We have invested in the border to Yemen, in Jazan, approximately 13 billion US dollar, also again in hydrogen, producing power coming from hydrogen. And in the eastern region, with our fellows from Saudi Aramco, we have another partnership where we are focusing on low carbon hydrogen production. I mean, all in all, in terms of energy transition, we are not only talking, we're really walking the talk, respectively flying the talk, without making too much noise. But, a lot of initiatives are also going on, and I'm probably I'm going to share a few of these ones during the session. Yeah, thank you.
Abdulaziz.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdulaziz Al-Ali. I am currently a faculty in the Computer Science and Engineering department in Qatar University in the College of Engineering. Been recently, I was up until very recently the director of the Kindi Center for Computing Research, and now I am seconded in the Ministry of Finance to lead a soon-to-be launched center for Fourth Industrial Revolution that is part of the World Economic Forum. So my background is in core machine learning and AI. I worked for many years on building these algorithms, regardless of their applications, but ever since coming back to Qatar, I've been working with several partners here in Qatar on research projects. I worked, just to name a few, fake news detection with Al Jazeera. I worked with the physicians from Weill Cornell University. I worked with BN Sports, Museum of Islamic Arts. You can see here that there is no one category that AI will serve. So this is, I keep telling even the students that I teach machine learning, the good news is you will work with everyone. Okay, so this is in a nutshell what I can tell you about me, and hopefully we will have more news in the future once we launch the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Thank you. Amna, if you could.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Amna Al-Thani. I'm the founder of Strategy Hub Qatar. Strategy Hub is a local consultancy. It's a Qatari consultancy. And it was born out of a need in Qatar to have a consultancy that has local context and understanding basically of the local landscape. We've had international consultants in and out of Qatar for years. Yes, they took major projects, they did a lot of impact, but there was always that lack of local context in these projects. And so this is where Strategy Hub was basically born out of. Through Strategy Hub, we work with the public and the private sector, environmental sustainability, public policy, communications. These are basically the fields that we operate within. And I would say because of my role in the private sector, but closely related to the public sector because of my projects, I have some deep insights on both. So my own experiences will offer insights on the private sector and within my experiences and my role, but also my work with the public sector gave me that deep insights into the trajectory of the country, the strategies, policies, regulations. And so I guess this is my perspective on both sides.
Hi, my name is Amir Rehan. I am the CEO of Humania Capital, which is the investment arm of the Saudi German Hospital Group. Just for perspective, the group operates, owns and operates hospitals in 4 countries. It is and it continues to expand geographically. These are large tertiary care hospitals in Jeddah, Riyadh, Dammam, Asir, Hail, Medina, Makkah, Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman, Sana'a, Cairo, Alexandria, a hospital in construction in of Casablanca, another one in about to start in Lahore, Pakistan, And besides that, 3 private medical colleges in Dammam and Jeddah and Asir. Essentially, the group employs around over 10,000 people related to healthcare and education, medical education in the private sector. Humania's role has been to help the group expand its footprint and get into new areas. So some of the areas that I have been involved in includes raising capital, equity and debt and deploying that with DFIs and other sovereigns. So I had the opportunity to partner with 6 development financial institutions to build a North Africa platform, and with other sovereigns to build platforms in the areas of drug addiction and rehab, etc. We extend ourselves into health tech, and in that respect, we have started making investments in the health tech space in companies, leading companies from the US, yes, that's the space that we continue to. So healthcare, health tech, medical education, Middle East, North Africa, partnerships with investors, including DFIs, is the perspective that I should be able to bring to this discussion.
Morning, everyone. Pleasure and privilege to be here today. Thank you for having us. Saeed Murad, I'm a senior partner at Global Ventures. We're a regional venture capital firm. We invest predominantly at the Series A stage across Middle East and Africa. Series A is the sweet spot. We've been active since 2018. Our first fund was focused predominantly on fintech as a thematic focus. Our second fund on digital health. And our third fund, which we're active from now, we're seeing a lot of interest in supply chain tech and agri-tech as 2 specific sectors. In general, while we are sector agnostic, the specificity and the thematic approach has always served us well. We have a presence across 5 countries across the region, and we are currently a team of about 20 people.
Thank you. So I think let's get into the thick of things in terms of what we are seeing in the region. And I think the way we're going to run this panel, we'll have some specific questions. We'll get your perspectives, but also, as we discuss some of these topics are interdisciplinary. So, feel free to chime in as well from your perspective. So, Abubakar, starting with you. Decarbonization, I think we heard His Excellency talk a lot about decarbonization and how that's high on the agenda for the region. And you're working in a space where it's very, very relevant. Now, historically, this is a net carbon exporting region from that perspective. How do you see the current strengths of the region in terms of where it is, and how do you actually decarbonize going forward? And how does work like yours fits in within that region? How do you see us building on from where we are to where we need to go as the world evolves?
I mean, His Excellency was in the plenary session, right? I mean, the thing is, we know him very well, and we have also engaged with him to ask for more money so we can invest in certain areas. He looks very generous, but when you sit with him in one-to-one meetings, he's not really opened the wallet. But so, I mean, there are a lot of opportunities, obviously, for the region, and I think really we have to encourage the audience here. I see a lot of students who are sitting here, but also other fellows. I think the region is really having a lot of potential. Particularly, I mean, moving from the oil and gas industry, the conventional, traditional oil and gas industry, having it now, for example, looking to certain countries, but particularly Saudi Arabia, we have now almost 50% non-oil related GDP growth, which is, I think, a testimony which is reflecting the big potential we are seeing. Other GCC countries, including Qatar, I mean, there will be a lot of areas where we can deep dive. Circular carbon economy, I call it, rather than decarbonization, because decarbonization is only one effort of the circular carbon economy. If you look to the visions of each and every country, the main direction is really focusing on people development, focusing on knowledge-based economy, and away from the traditional oil and gas. So, if I look from our companies, our perspective, we see a lot of potential on energy transition, on decarbonizing existing facilities, bringing new energies meaning hydrogen particularly, low carbon hydrogen, whether it's blue hydrogen or green hydrogen, or as we are in Qatar, we can talk also about low carbon LNG, right? This is another topic where we are discussing with Qatar Energy as well. I mean, there are also a lot of possibilities. But also beyond the traditional energy system, there is, as also mentioned by His Excellency, the Finance Minister from Saudi, data centers, right? I mean, this is an area which has a lot of potential. And I think, AI is obviously a topic where everybody is talking about, but nobody really understands unless you're really a nerd in IT. But interesting, there is a lot of potential here in the region as well. People, the geographical location, but also, having abundance of sun, wind in certain parts, which is allowing you also to produce power. I'm also bringing to the next level of low carbon power, low carbon energy, which you can fit very well into your data centers in your AI development. So I think the kingdom is, and Qatar particularly, but also the other GCC countries have potential to establish these data centers on a low carbon powered level, and then start exporting these knowledge into neighboring countries. And we mentioned earlier, Africa is a good potential, but also Asia, including Europe, because in Europe, I cannot really call that there are low carbon powered data centers available today. So the Middle East has also a good potential to move into this direction. So there is a big potential. There is also a big shout to our students to really move into this direction. I mean, I'm trying to move my kids into that front as well. But I think there is a lot of potential where we need a lot of people, a lot of know-how and talents who can also develop this into the next level.
So I think that's an interesting play that you have. So I think one is obviously the fact that the region already is generally in energy-intensive industries, and those industries need to decarbonize over time. And part of the solution is obviously low-carbon hydrogen as a fuel. But then what you're talking about also is that not only does it needs to be relevant only for the petrochem industry or the energy-intensive manufacturing, but it could also be powering the next generation data centers with green hydrogen fuel, which, as we know, data centers are a very energy-intensive business, and this region can really take a lead in that space. As Anil mentioned, we overtake the curve on that space. So maybe coming from here to you, Abdulaziz, on this, right? So this is in your alley in terms of AI and machine learning, but you need very powerful computing and data center platforms for that. So what can you provide is hydrogen to your data centers. But how do you see this space evolving from your perspective?
So I echo, my co-panelists' words. Like they say, he stole the words from my mouth. I think here, not just of course in Qatar and the GCC, we are blessed with an abundance of energy. And I hear maybe the word data center. Data center will host the data, but you also need compute services. These services, not necessarily storage of data, but to run a model that can cater these AI, services to different industries. So either way, both of them need energy, and we are blessed to have the cheapest energy, that can be produced. And I would like to also echo His Excellency Al-Jad'an when he mentioned that not just fossil fuels, but when it comes also to renewable energy, it's very cheap to produce it here in Qatar, and I mean in the region. So I think this is good. Honestly, it makes a lot more sense to sell the service for us rather than the energy. So I think by all means this is something that we should be focusing on, and they have. If you look at the AI strategy starting with the UAE launching in 2017, we had ours in 2019. And of course, no one denies also the work that's done in Saudi Arabia. So, and even last month, an announcement in Oman. So you can see here the GCC is obviously aware of this advantage that we have. Maybe another advantage that we have here is also the ability to run applications rapidly, given that we are very much similar in the GCC. And since we can do this sandboxing, like Qatar is a very small country. I'll just give an analogy. To cover Qatar with 5G when they announced the new technology, it took a few months, right? Try to do that in the US. It's going to be very difficult to achieve something and test it and then say, you know what, it doesn't work so well. So I think the GCC region is a very good area to test these new technologies and again be ahead of the curve, maybe even promote them or provide a blueprint or frameworks for others to adopt.
You know, just to add one thing, I think His Excellency Jordan mentioned this as well. I mean, we're still going to export the energy, don't misunderstand. And also green hydrogen, which is coming from NEOM, you know, we have no difficulties to sell it. I mean, we have already signed offtake agreements with Total Energies, which is taking it off. But I think, as Abdulaziz said, important is here to realize that you can, as long as the market is developing, particularly the premium markets, ready to pay also this premium to your low carbon products, I think this is a unique opportunity to develop your own ecosystem. And I think therefore the GCC countries have a very, very good, unique opportunity to make huge evolutions until the West is basically able to adopt these changes.
I could also add there's a huge market that's not yet covered, you know, with AI. I've attended a lot of meetings, the World Economic Forum, and they keep saying the Global South, and in particular Africa is a thriving market that's coming. So we are right next to them. So it's only natural that we can be the providers of these services. I think what governments should work on is interoperability, making frameworks, challenging, you know, the ethics. Ethics may be correct in one area, but not another. So these have to be put in place for us to use AI properly. Maybe I don't want to occupy most of the time, but it's important to know that AI in the end is a tool, and those who will prosper from this are people who know how to use this tool or where to use it. So I think this is where collaboration can happen, coming up with use cases. And of course, if one country does one use case, then obviously they can export this knowledge to another.
Thank you. I think when you bring in one interesting point up, which is not only the region can obviously focus on its own needs, but also serve what you mentioned as a global south, right? So within a 4-hour flight time, you pretty much have 1 billion people today from this region, and there is no reason why this region cannot be a hub for a lot of these services going forward. I think, Amir, when we were discussing earlier, you mentioned something very interesting. I think we were talking about two themes on your side in healthcare. One was the disruption you see coming in the industry that you're in. And number two was the opportunity set. And some of that was also linked to what you see as the opportunity within the wider region, within the healthcare platform. Maybe you can provide a bit more color from your perspective around that.
Okay. Well, the thing is that healthcare, healthcare services at the core, if you're living in the GCC, you're in a good place. I mean, hopefully it will not happen, but if I were to, while sitting here, have a bit of a pain on the left side of my chest that starts radiating into my left arm, I would be in a place where access to healthcare services, top tier leading healthcare services would be there. If I were a resident here, I would probably not have to pay a lot of money for that access as well. So there has that ability to provide good quality healthcare infrastructure. I think it has always been a priority of the public sector, and it has been good. But there are two or three things that I want to highlight. One is the emergence of, we have talked about artificial intelligence, but the other aspect of it is synthetic biology, which is which is definitely a game changer. If you want to get a sense of what it is and how it can be a game changer, just I'm sure that you will be distracted during with your phones. So just check on DNA synthesizers, and you will see that you can actually, you will be able to see that there are machines that are being sold which can be bought for, a few tens of thousands of dollars to synthesize DNA basically, in your little garage lab. So that is a big shift. That's one thing that we have to think about. So So anything from, I mean, when the pandemic happened, many of us have this Pfizer vaccination, and the discussion was that this vaccination has, because this is messenger RNA based, this has shifted biology into programming as such, basically, because your cells are being programmed now. I don't want to scare anybody here, but that's a fundamental shift. The second thing is that the pandemic has happened, and the question then is that can this business as usual model apply when there is a possibility? And it's not that, that this is a single event. Now we talk about mpox. Now many of them, stay within the, off the radar screen of being alarmed or looking at shutdowns, but they are realities, right, from the MERS of the world to mpox today, right? So a world which should be prepared for, for an event which requires, which may require a shutdown, which may require better self-sufficiency in terms of healthcare and medication compared to what was thought was enough in the past. I think that's the second big, this brings healthcare to the center of, I think it should bring healthcare to the center of policy making, if I may, basically, right? The third is, what Salman mentioned. You see, we talk about tourism as a big space, but there are two aspects. One is that what is broadly defined as EMEA, basically, right? A billion people, etc. There is a big underserved market to tap into. You cannot have hospitals or medical services everywhere, sophisticated medical services everywhere in this region that I'm talking about, and you can basically bring those, the people who require these services in this part of the world. It's a big space. The building blocks are there. The second aspect of it is that in health technology, what is being developed in the USC, what happens is that when health technology is developed in Boston or in San Francisco, they have got 300 million people, a hospital ecosystem, etc., to start rolling it out into. But there is an opportunity to start creating partnerships to roll out that technology at an earlier stage. In this region, for example, we have invested in a company called Echo, which manufactures and distributes this digital stethoscopes, that read heartbeats at a subhuman hearing level, and using AI is able to detect murmurs at, with an accuracy which is 3 times better than a general physician. Now, something like that should not take a long time to be in this part of the world. So we invested in this. It is a US-based company, a spin-off from Mayo Incubation, and because we are in healthcare, we get this access. But the primary thing is that we are setting up their offices in this part of the world, getting regulatory approvals. So there is a big opportunity in that respect, both in terms of health tech and in terms of health tourism that can be developed. So these 3 or 4 game-changing events are out there and necessary after what we have seen in 2020 and after what we are seeing in the development of AI in health tech and synthetic biology as well, basically, which is something we should not forget about, because that's where the whole the whole experience of what how illness will be treated and how people will be preemptively through, for example, gene editing, be immune for certain illnesses would is the area that's going to go into. It's also the scary bit of course is the fact that somebody could, hopefully will not happen, but somebody could create a synthetic DNA which can cause sort of another pandemic of sorts, basically. But let's not talk about the pessimistic side of things, right? But technology is, it works in all sorts of ways.
So I think you bring three interesting points. One is, I think you mentioned first of all, I think in a way, the opportunity for the region for the future is that today, healthcare-wise, you're regionally or domestically focused. But you can actually build on the current strengths of tourism, hospitality, which are both industries which are very prominent in the region, but we don't yet see medical tourism. And what you mentioned effectively is within, let's say, a 4-hour flight time of this region, you actually can build upon the medical tourism industry as an inward additional flow of capital for this region. The other aspect I think you highlighted is that that allows you to also scale up your market, right? And as you scale up that market, I think what you're implying is you get more ability to localize and commercially make things viable within this region as well, which could be more cutting edge, more R&D, more early stage, and expand the market overall. I think that's the aspect. Here, I think there are two questions which I think relevant for both Amna and Saeed. The public sector historically has been very hands-on in this region and driving a lot of the growth. Certain aspects, for example, building basic infrastructure, building basic regulatory frameworks are something which the region has done reasonably well. Now we're going into this new transition where you have probably a lot more entrepreneurial mindset required, a lot in the industries that we are looking at, a lot of highly skilled labor force is required for that transition. And so how do you see balancing the role of a public sector versus encouraging the private sector to actually take the lead in that shift? Because I'm sure you can build great hospitals, but if you need to develop local R&D capabilities in healthcare in certain spaces, or you need to actually give entrepreneurs the courage to actually go and take a chance on sometimes deep tech, how do you see that role playing out? How do you have that balance so you don't crowd out the private sector in the process while actually supporting them at the same time?
Yeah, thank you so much, Salman. That's a wonderful question, actually. Allow me to take a step back a little bit and give some context of the region as a whole. I think that at the moment, we all have common diversification efforts within the region as a whole. There's agreement that we're moving from government-led economy to a private-led economy. And so considering that and considering the needs of the emerging industry that you talked about, or the GCC 3.0, just to give some context of where we are, so we've got very strong demographics. So our demographics are definitely on our side. Our governments have invested heavily in education and health, and this has come out to provide a very strong demographic that's considered one of our biggest assets in the region. I think when it comes to infrastructure, we have very strong infrastructure whether it's digital or physical infrastructure. I think we have wonderful connectivity. We have the Qatar Airways. We have the HIA, the Hamad International Airports. We're within a six-hour radius of most of the important economies in the world. So we have that on our side as well. We have resilient economies. We have very long-sighted visions by our leaders that have brought us to a very good space where we are today. And of course, we have the financial muscle and then the emerging private sector coming up before that. So considering these emerging industry trends, I think we're in phenomenal shape to take over GCC 3.0. Now, to answer your question on what is the government's role when it comes to the skills development and retention and the know-how, I would say that the government's role here is to direct the capital from the public sector towards the private sector to allow the private sector to offer these training courses, to offer this education, because innovation and entrepreneurial spirit, risk-taking spirit, that's in the private sector. And I think it's time, not time, but actually we're already there. The government is moving towards the emerging private sector and providing the capital towards the private sector to allow them to do these trainings. Now, this is for local talent, I would say. Another thing I'd like to add for the local talent, we've recently had the launch of the nationalization laws by His Highness, and within these laws, we encourage local talent to to join the private sector, so to move from the public sector to the private sector. There's going to be incentives for the private sector to hire Qatari talent, but there's also going to be incentives for the Qatari talent to move towards the private sector. So that's also momentum towards skills development in the private sector. For the international side on how to attract the international talent, so there's two things here. We have Jusur, which offers the different residency and visa schemes, that something like the talent visas, the entrepreneurial visas that will be offered to local talent, but also to attract know-how. I believe we need strong FDI. I think as a region, we are, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm quoting the FDI indices here, we're attracting FDI at double the pace of the global average, basically. And so we're doing very well here. And I think with the FDI comes the know-how, and it comes the capital, and it comes the opening of new markets. So I think this is where the government's role is when it comes to skills development and retention. I don't know if you'd like to add.
Yeah, happy to add here. So, I mean, I'll talk about this from a venture capitalist perspective, which is by nature designed to be an optimist. We're seeing a lot of input from sovereign wealth funds coming into the ecosystem, enabling investment in technology, whether it's Saudi, the UAE, or Qatar's recent announcement with $1 billion fund of funds, which they announced at the Web Summit in Qatar earlier this year. We're seeing a lot of movement and a lot of support in that sense. Capital allocation, encouragement, incentives, as mentioned by my fellow panelists earlier. We're seeing a lot of movement there. When we talk about specific technologies and the opportunity set that's available to us, one of the health tech companies that we've invested in actually developed the first Arabic language LLM that's specific to healthcare, that was developed in partnership with the public sector, specifically G42 out of Abu Dhabi, that has been doing a lot of work in the AI space. We're seeing a lot of movement. The launch of the Falcon LLM, which is also one of the one of the most advanced large language models that's developed in the region, also for utilization globally. So it's turned from sort of consumption to now becoming global innovation and becoming a hub for innovation. This is across the GCC. I can name examples across the UAE, Saudi, Qatar, and beyond. We're also seeing a lot of movement. If I'm going to continue on, for example, healthcare and the opportunity that was referenced on Africa, we invested in a business called Proximi. Proximi provides an augmented and virtual reality experience for surgeons to remotely plug in other surgeons into the operating room. Utilizing low latency, low bandwidth technology, you're able to plug a surgeon in virtually. They've done tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of virtual surgeries to date by plugging them in. As you think through sort of decarbonization or minimizing air travel, etc., this is exactly how you're able to leverage technology for good. This is exactly how you're able to plug in that expertise that you need from other places. Actually, the birth of this business came from the founder's need to want to do more in terms of supporting people in areas that were not reachable. She was working with MSF, and she wanted to actually just travel more frequently to Africa, but she couldn't to perform procedures. She was based in Lebanon at the time. She's a reconstructive plastic surgeon. And she thought the only way I can do this much more frequently, more efficiently, more effectively, and in a cost-effective way is to develop this kind of technology. It was born in the region to service the broader region and has turned into, one, a commercial success, and two, a fantastic impact story. And so what we're starting to see is the leverage of technology for good, the implementation of a lot of deep tech, AI across the board. You're talking about enablement and the role of enablement. I'm going to stick to healthcare for a second as a theme. We just completed an investment in a tech bio business that is actually revolutionizing on the medicine delivery mechanism. That is being done in an accelerated way with the authorities here in the region. We're seeing a lot of engagement, a lot of enablement, a lot of thoughtfulness, and the drive and push to want to be global leading. It is not just about sort of how can we be a hub for medical tourism from an infrastructure perspective, but rather how can we be true innovators in this space, develop global technology from here to the world. And just for context, and so that I'm being very specific with numbers, 20% of our portfolio has more revenues from outside of the region than in the region, having all been born in the region. And that number is growing. 25% of our portfolio is AI-led. A much larger number is AI-enabled. We're talking about true implementation of the latest and greatest technologies to really allow the region to flourish. We're seeing this on a successful basis now, and we're seeing the commercial results behind it. So as a venture capitalist, we are super excited to be deploying and active in this part of the world right now.
I think I think which brings us to an interesting question here, because from what you're saying, I mean, there is obviously this private sector-led sort of outreach from the region, which is happening through a lot of these young ventures, right? And this is a question across the board for all of you, and I would love to hear your perspective. For the diversification that the region is trying to do, and specifically in your sectors, do you have sufficient resources domestically, first of all, or not, for that, to fuel that growth? And it could be across your startups, across your industrial production systems, across advisory, across healthcare. Number two, how do you actually improve and increase the rate of flow, regionally of the kind of talent you need? Number two, because you're now going into this next level of growth and development, you actually are competing with the global hubs for the best talent. So you're not competing for the mid-market anymore. You're competing with the guys who can go to San Francisco, he can work in Hong Kong, he can work in Singapore, in the same jobs. So how do you see attracting that talent to the region as required? How do you see local production and flow of the talent you need to actually fuel that growth and transition for the region? And what can be done to sort of bridge that?
This is a very, very important topic. And I'm happy that there's so many students sitting here in the room. So students who have a career in front of them, or professors who will obviously influence them in their decision making. I mean, for a small business, I think we don't have big challenges to find talents. I'm very open with you. And I fully agree with Amna in saying that we have a really prosperous region where young talents been educated, trained overseas, they're coming back and they're finding jobs, and these people are very, very important. But for large operations as we have today 2,000 people in our organization, and we want to grow further. As mentioned, we are in the billions of dollars investments level. We have a Saudization rate of 75% among the 2,000 people. But when you want to grow further, when you want to become big, or even become a standalone region, you need more talents. You need more skilled people, and attracting these people into the region is a challenge. If you ask me today, what is your biggest challenge from company's perspective, I would never say financing. From finance perspective, I think we have very strong local banks. We have very strong wealth funds which are supporting. We have also a lot of strong international banks who are willing to invest in this region, considering that there is obviously a lot of potential. So financing is not an issue. Technology is not an issue, has been also mentioned in the previous plenary session, because from a product's perspective, we already advance in what we're doing. I don't see an issue there as well. So the biggest challenge we see today, we will see tomorrow, and we will see probably the day after tomorrow, is human capital, meaning talents, attracting talents. I'm not talking about only experienced people, but also fresh graduates who want to come here, who want to train, who want to stay in the business, because our business is a very sophisticated business. With other words, how we are tackling these trends. We heard that the GCC has today overall GDP of $2 trillion, and this is going to increase in the next years to $3 trillion, meaning you need at least 50% more qualified people. If I make a very simple mathematics, it's more. So the current status today, even if we train everybody, all locals in the region, it will not be sufficient. Opening up the economy, for example, in Kingdom for women, was definitely an add-on. Is a very big support. But still, we need people. We need to import expats, high-skilled expats into the region, and not only high-skilled expats, but also keep the talents, fresh graduates, all the university students from the Georgetown University also here in the region. So I'm not now offering scholarships, but this is something what gives a lot of potential. What we do today as Air Products tackling this trend is we're working very closely with the universities. I mean, KFUPM is I think good name. KAUST is a good name. We work with CACS very closely together. We work with PIF together closely to at least attract some talents and who we can take from the universities right away to our operations. So it is a challenge. It is going to be a challenge. I think we don't feel it today, but we as a large business today in the region are definitely facing this as an issue. We're doing efforts, but we definitely need also the support from the governments. And thankfully, we have a very open, wise leadership, ships here in the region who are listening to us, And I mean, there also probably be some efforts in the near term, which will hopefully support also the growth ambitions what we are seeing as our products in the region.
Sorry, if I may just add to that. Agree, but also it's very important to highlight what we've seen in terms of what the GCC governments did here and the way that they handled the pandemic and COVID, to your earlier reference, is unlike anything else that was done anywhere else globally. The movement to create all the sort of entrepreneur-led visas, golden visas, and all the other long-term attractive programs to bring in the best talent are super important to recognize and understand. We've seen a lot of people move, and with also the introduction and sort of a lot more integration in terms of remote work, we saw a lot of people move to the region, base out of the region, and start to work here because of the way that the pandemic was handled. That meant that there was a lot of attraction of talent that came in and then stayed in the region. So we've seen a significant shift in terms of that level of technology. Then you think through things like, for example, the introduction of the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority in Dubai, VARA. This was the first ever regulatory authority around digital assets. When you look at sort of the first Ministry of AI being born out of the UAE globally, you're talking about super forward-thinking approaches and enablement that have allowed the attraction of specific talents. If we're going to stick to Dubai just for 1 second, Dubai recently announced the introduction of a position called the Chief AI Officer across 22 government entities, who are responsible to deliver very specific AI-led agendas across all these government organizations. What this is doing is it's enabling training, talent development, and a lot more sort of investment that's going into this space. What this is leading to is an attraction of talent, is an opening up of the borders, and an ability to bring in a lot more people. So teeing up to what you're saying in terms of the needs, there's absolutely steps that are being taken that will enable this and that will allow the opportunity for this to flourish. At least that's a personal view.
Amir or Amna, you want to add something to this?
I think I would like to be a little prescriptive from the perspective, which I see the healthcare industry. You see, and my view is, again coming back to the issue of the pandemic and the developments in technology, which is affecting, everything, and healthcare is very central in that respect as well. The important thing is that in healthcare there are 2 or 3 challenges basically if we want to leapfrog forward. So obviously, we all have benefited from in whatever venture we have been in terms of the initiatives that the government and the public sector has taken to enable our businesses to thrive and grow, and they continue to do so. But in terms of talking about leapfrogging forward, I think one of the key things is that if you look at education, for example, now we have got Georgetown University students, but the number of private colleges basically, offering world-class education, medical education, other STEM areas, I think there is a lot of space for that to grow basically, and it needs to be, and it can grow if it is private sector led in a way basically, right? We have got 3 medical colleges, and we are building a 4th one, and we are considered the largest private medical college in Saudi Arabia, which is great for us, but I believe the fact that it reflects on how much there is a need for, you have got Weill Cornell here in Qatar, but while those are important flagships, I think there is a room for a lot of fundamental shift in that respect. I think there is a room for the fact that in regulated industry, if you want to create excellence, you can always have a surgery done in a hospital, but if there is the whole thinking of basically trying to enable specialization, subspecialization, the regulatory environment, just as it has been unified in customs and other areas, or now a GCC white tourist visa probably is going to come up. I think it also needs to happen in the healthcare space as well. A doctor who's licensed, because they all have the same standards or similar standards. A doctor who's licensed in one country in the GCC should be able to practice, for example, throughout the region. a medicine which is approved basically should, with minimum requirements, that would allow for a lot of mobility of talent, and also I can speak, and these are some of the things that would make the region a hub for the talent at the next level. We're talking about 2035. So in that context, I think the scale can be built with more regulatory ease and more encouragement of the private sector, to lead into the talent growth spaces, including university, including education, including mobility of specialized resources.
So I think you bring an interesting point that while you can do a general hospital easily in one country, if you have a highly specialized skill set in a specialized area, to actually have those economies of scale, it may not work at a country level. You may need to have that mobility of that manpower to operate in that speciality in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in the UAE, in Bahrain, to make it economically feasible to have that talent available within the region, right? And that, in a way, can be solved partially by having the ability to have unified regulation around where a physician can actually operate as well, under a single regulatory framework.
And more universities.
And more universities, yeah. Which I think in a way brings us to the next question. And please feel free if you have certain comments along the way, if you want to chime in, please feel free to do so. But if I look at the broad set of, I would say, the GCC 3.0 kind of early movers or the new economy, you look at the likes of Tabby, which is one of your industry companies. We have seen Kareem, we have seen Kitopi, we have seen Tamara, we have seen a lot of these startups which have come in the region, become unicorns, had exits. Stars Play, for example, in the media space, streaming. They're all, almost without exception, all of them are regional plays. Very few are actually country-specific plays. Which makes sense because demographics of the region are such that you probably need to scale up regionally to actually become significant in size, away from obviously the petrochem economy. So how do you actually support the new economy ventures to scale up? What needs to be done to be able to grow regionally easily? I mean, was it easy, for example, for someone like Tabby to go country by country from a regulatory perspective?
You're trying to get me into trouble? Look, the reality is, we've been hearing about passporting and regulatory passporting for many, many, many years, and whether it's practical or not is a question that can be asked. Was it easy? I don't think any startup journey is ever easy. Those that are successes, I mean, I think the expression is it takes 10 years to build an overnight success, right? If not more. When you look at the likes of Tabby, I'll be specific. I mean, two of the companies you mentioned are portfolio companies of ours, Tabby and Kitopi. Both of them had a very unique journey in terms of the build-out. The UAE had a specific market approach. Saudi had a specific market approach. Saudi, as you referenced, had another incumbent player as well, with Tamara being there. I see Shane smiling in the audience. There's nuances to the way that you can build out, but not just the regulatory side, also the consumer side. It's not a cookie-cutter approach where what works in the UAE will work in Saudi, will work in Egypt. We talk about the region. If we want to talk specifically MENA, for example, 400 million people that are, one common language, but 22 different regulatory frameworks. And so the ability to grow cross-market does require a little bit of nuance. Founders that build and scale successfully are always able to build in a way that they're able to tackle those nuances in each of the markets. Tabby specifically, just because you asked about it, the scale and the level that they were able to achieve was done predominantly in two markets, with the UAE and Saudi being the two chief markets for them. So it is doable with a smaller subset, but by and large, to achieve that scale of success, you do have to look at the region as a wider region. And when you look at the total addressable market, it's a more sizable one.
Sorry, I think if I can just add to this, I think when we talk about startups and scaling them, the availability of these funds is not the issue. So we have the funds available. We have the funds like the fund of funds that will basically fund tech startups. That is not the issue that we have here. I think the issue that we have here is ensuring that good talent has access to these funds. I think that how the way that these funds are run, they should be able to take calculated risks, but take these risks and go at a pace that startups are going at, because startups don't wait. They cannot wait for you to come and analyze the risks that come with them. So to ensure that good talent has access to these funds, but also these funds are not becoming a burden on them to be able to get them. And another point that I'd like to add here is in relation to VCs. I think VCs in the region are growing, but in my opinion, I think there's still a very traditional mindset when it comes to investing in the region. I think the majority of investors here prefer to keep their investments within traditional areas like real estate, and I think Saeed maybe can add more to this, but I think we have yet to see that shift of investors going from the low-risk investments in places like real estate and towards regional VCs that can support startups and grow more unicorns within the area.
If I can just quickly add to that, you see what happens is that it is, I think the sovereigns have played, an important role in making funds available, across the board, right? Regionally, globally, including venture capital, including healthcare. But I believe that for an ecosystem to develop, some of the fund availability needs to be basically, there needs to be devolution, of funds to be invested through think tanks, for example, strong public sector strategic advisory companies such as AMNAS, for example. Because see what happens is through universities, for example, as well, basically, because see what happens is that those are the knowledge hubs. Those are the places where that interaction happens between regional and global talent. And from there, basically, if there is, because the sovereigns, for all their best interest, do look at scale, ROI, which are important considerations. Obviously, there's a framework within which they work, basically, right? So if there is more devolution of funding sources, through universities, R&Ds, and also through think tanks, I think that it will start helping in creating stronger ecosystems of startups, which basically entail global partnerships as well, engagement with the a university in Qatar would engage with a Mayo Clinic, for example, and build something. Things like that, basically, can work out. Yeah.
Thank you, Amir. I think we open up a little bit on Q&A. I think we have a bit short on time, so we'll have 2 questions from the audience. Please. Sorry, let's get the mic.
Greetings, everyone. At first, I want to thank the speakers for this super interesting discussion. I'm Shahad Al-Jaber from Qatar University, coming from Asjad Student Club, student club of Sociology, Politics, and International Affairs. And my question is mainly about AI. So within the rapid growth and use of AI and technology, wouldn't you think that creating a database with the sensitive information could make us more vulnerable to cyber attacks and security risks? Thank you.
Maybe this one is for you, Abdulaziz. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a very good concern that you raise, and it's obviously it's been come to especially those providers, especially those hyperscalers. You hear of these big tech companies that provide them. So definitely securing them is a concern. there are many techniques to secure. Remember that sometimes if AI was the application, you may not need to keep the data sitting somewhere that's accessible. So you can train a model, and then the model can itself be deployed on the cloud somewhere, but your data is still sitting somewhere else. And even the model may not even look at your data anymore once it learns from it. But having said that, including myself, we worked on techniques to compromise models themselves to try to extract information that it was trained on. So there's this battle is there. Now, I think it's important to note that with the adoption of any new technology, there could be some, mishaps or some, we have to not be too fearful of that, because that could stifle us. We could be stuck. So be it cars or maybe the first person who tries to fly, there's always something that might go wrong, but from these, iterations we learn. And this is what's important, is how to create mitigation if this happens. What should we do? And most of these AI models may not necessarily look at sensitive information. For example, when we deal with medical data, a lot of the person information is eliminated. So this is a very, very big area, of research. You have both the people who try to defend and then the people who try to attack, and it's an ongoing, research between the two, a new technique to defend and a new technique to attack. But ultimately, I think, at least looking from what we have, I'm sure you've all heard of leaks, data leaks, right and left, from several companies. That didn't mean the company closes, right? We still continue. So I honestly think it's going to be business as usual. The data is already there, and most of the people voluntarily put the data out there. So,
and I guess the question is whether your AI model is smarter than the guy who's attacking you here as well. And I think you were actually discussing earlier together with yourself that actually to train your AI models, you need a lot of data, which means that you probably need to be able to share data across the region as well to train your AI models. Because if you don't have data, you don't train your machine learning software, right? One last question, maybe. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Hashim. My question relates to the interplay between FDI and SMEs. And you've already highlighted the large influx of FDI into the region. I mean, just in June of last year, the Saudi-Chinese Business Summit witnessed the signing, I think, 25 billion investment deals, like worth of $25 billion. Doesn't this crowd out homegrown startups and SMEs at least to a certain degree by placing higher, entries in barriers into market entry? And this also brings me to a second brief question. Ms. Al-Thani already highlighted the potential for knowledge transfer, the diffusion of know-how. But this assumes that these FDI are targeting and nurturing domestic labor. So maybe a question also to the representative of energy and health sector on the panel. Can you provide an overview of the share of GCC nationals in your workforce? Is it a high share, or are you also reliant on international labor? Thank you very much.
So what we have, maybe starting with your last point, we have a local force of 75% in our operations today. We are by far the largest foreign direct investor in Saudi Arabia today. I mean, we have surpassed Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil. So, but we're not making big announcements on that front. No, I think the effect that you are going to increase your FDI will actually encourage also newcomers into the country. I mean, what we have done is with these investments, we moved right away with our R&D center into the kingdom. I mean, which is a know-how transfer, as mentioned by Amna. Coming from New York, we shifted certain components into the kingdom, from where we are developing our own IP. And this is basically Saudi IP. Right? So therefore, these investments will encourage, first of all, moving of know-how, not just as a show, putting a technology center. It's really R&D centers. And secondly, our suppliers, right? For example, electrolyzers companies or other suppliers, they're also now willing to move because they see there is a company, multinational company, S&P 250 is investing already more than 20 billion into a country within a period of 6-7 years. So this gives also encouragement for many companies to come into the GCC.
Yeah, thank you, Hashim. That's actually a wonderful question. Coming from the private sector, this is definitely one of the main concerns that we have. If I can speak for Qatar, from Qatar's perspective, I would say that yes. So foreign direct investment always comes in with its huge benefits. It's strong know-how, it's strong access to capital, but also, as you said, it could crowd out the SME space in Qatar. And I think for Qatar's perspective, from the government's role, they have laid down the groundwork in a certain way. So one of these ways is the ICV, which is the in-country value certification. And through this ICV, startups are able to get this certification, and it allows them, let's say young Qatari startup, to be able to compete with international companies that are entering the market through FDI. So I'd say that's one way where the government intervenes, basically to support the local startups to be able to compete with the international ones.
I think one aspect I just wanted to highlight was the fact that in many cases, the FDI, the large announcements you see are joint venture deals, and they create a very strong feeder network, of vendors, suppliers, etc., which are actually locally led, basically local partnerships, local businesses with not just local employment, but being established by local entrepreneurs as well. So some of these large joint ventures actually create a very big feeder network as well, which promotes the development of local talent and local enterprise as well.
Thank you. I think that was it from a Q&A perspective. I'll sort of wrap up by saying I think it seems that while there are lots of disruptions happening, there are some areas where, based on where you are and basically where the GCC is today in terms of strengths, you can actually leapfrog in certain areas, and those include areas like decarbonization, alternative fuels. You have the ability to develop healthcare as actually a service for the broader region beyond the GCC, so healthcare tourism. But to actually service that transition, you need a lot more private sector involvement, and over there, obviously, a lot more risk-taking with the entrepreneurs and venture funds. But yes, the regulatory environment has to be standardized to allow easier mobility of labor, attracting the right talent, but also regulation, standardization to allow easy growth of those platforms within the region as we move forward. And lastly, just wearing my banker's hat, this region remains a net surplus of capital exporter from globally. Economic diversification historically has been done by investing in companies overseas, which is not a bad strategy. You don't need to win in everything. I think the question is you can get some diversification through investments, but there are certain areas which the region needs to identify and then really go after. Everything cannot be done with investments overseas. Certain diversification has to be local and has to be retained regionally. Rest, you can always balance by investing globally in the areas you think are interesting. With that, I would sort of thank all of my panelists for a very interesting conversation across sectors with a lot of interaction and cross-play. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salman and colleagues. So Salman, you teed up the next panel, which is on investments. But before we invite the panel over, just a couple of logistics. So I think as you may have seen in the revised agenda, we'll actually go through for another hour or so, and then have the closing after Mr. Tariq speaks on the regional development as well. And then we'll go for lunch. So lunch is about half an hour later than originally planned, but we'll wrap up the whole conference by around 1:15, 1:20 or so. So let me now invite Nader Kabani, Director of the Research with the Middle East Council, to moderate a discussion on investments in the GCC from and within the GCC. And as Salman said, given the region's focus on wealth exports, where and how can it invest in the region aside from investing outside the region? With that, Nader, please welcome. So I want to invite, my apologies, Rishi Kapoor, Vice Chairman of InvestCorp, Shane, Managing Partner of Shuruk Partners, Simon Penny, Head of Middle East Incrementum. You get that right? I have the different name here. Hamad Mohammad Al Nasser, Director of Trade, Development and Investment Promotion, talking about investment promotion in Qatar. And Hamid Mubarak Al Hajri, Founder and CEO of Sununu. Welcome.
Thank you, Anil, and thanks to the Ministry of Finance of Qatar and to the GCC Secretariat, of course, and to the Baratta Center on Global Business for really assembling an amazing panel of speakers to really, I think we're going to just continue the conversation from what the really interesting conversation that took place in the previous panel. They looked a lot at businesses and sectors. We're going to take a deep dive on the issue of investments, which is what Salman Khalid ended with, is the idea of the importance of FDI as well as local investment in supporting the economic development and diversification efforts of countries of the GCC. Across the GCC, all countries have placed economic diversification as a cornerstone of their national visions and national development strategies. But certain things need to take place, as we know. You need to look at building robust domestic, regional investment ecosystems, creating stronger local markets and business climates, and working together to drive innovation in emergent industries. And this is a point that was repeated throughout, including by the IMF Managing Director, when she pointed out the importance of working together in the context of artificial intelligence. So, and even though I think the region, as we have discussed and seen, has made fairly good strides in attracting and retaining investments, if you actually look at their targets and what they hope to achieve, there's still a long way to go. And I think this is what this panel's role is in this conference, essentially, is to shed light on this important question. And what I'm going to do is ask just maybe 2 or 3 questions, but try to, we'll go through one at a time and get your various perspectives on these building blocks, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. So with this in mind, what can Gulf countries do to attract and retain global investors and partners, and then leverage these investments for economic growth, economic development, and economic diversification? So I think we can just go in order and everyone kind of reflect on your experiences regarding this important issue. Please, Rishi.
Thank you. And thank you for having me join you all. Thank you to our hosts as well. So I think starting with the basic premise, when you're looking at investments, at least in our business at InvestCorp, we are a private markets investor. So all we do is try to identify on a top-down basis where are the likely attractive economies or sectors that we want to invest into, and then marry it up with a bottom-up assessment of specific industries and companies that we want to deploy capital into. So, using that same framework, let's start with the top-down, and let's try and identify how a foreign investor would look at the GCC or the region as a whole. The GCC for them effectively is the perfect combination of a market that represents growth rates that are those of an emerging market, young demographic, high growth rates, but at the same time, a monetary policy that is that of a Western market in terms of monetary policy stability, exchange rate pegged largely to the US dollar and hence quite stable as well, and also stability in terms of the leadership and the policy framework and the national visions that those policy frameworks are aligned around. So clearly, that's an attractive mix, right? If you think of it in isolation, you would say, well, those factors coming together really ought to be attractive. The key thing, however, is most foreign investors, also, in addition to all of this, will want to pursue investments at scale. Right? So you need scale, because scale multiplied by percentage growth is equal to number of dollars. I mean, I'm being a little crude over here, but you understand the value of depth and scale and size is very critical in translating what on a piece of paper, appears to be a very attractive set of conditions to attract foreign investment into actual FDI flows. And I think that in turn takes us into the bottom-up assessment, right? So where is the potential for scale highest in the region? First and foremost, we see that manifesting itself actually in the business services sector. I think in the morning, the minister and the ministers of finance were discussing some of the trends in the market. One of them referenced the fact that the number of SMEs in the region has more than doubled over the course of the last 4 years, which means that that push as part of the respective national visions to encourage the private sector to participate more and more in the development of the economies is actually taking hold. And as these SMEs come online, the need for business services, both blue-collar services and white-collar services, technology services, is growing quite exponentially. So you see that clear fit from a bottom-up perspective into the business services space, particularly technology-enabled services. And I'm talking about enterprise technology, not consumer tech. Healthcare is an easy one, and we've already had a long discussion around that in the previous panel, so I'll not go into that too deeply. But tourism, logistics, and transport, all of those tied together are a clear major sector that attracts a lot of attention and has real genuine depth and scale to it, and therefore merits investment. And I'll leave the last one, just touch upon it, but we can come back to it. It's infrastructure, right? Infrastructure, both the digital infrastructure, so we talked about data centers at length, but also the social and physical infrastructure in terms of schools, hospitals, tolls, airports, all of the enabling ecosystem, if you will, that will drive the economic development of the region forward. So that is how we kind of combine the top down and bottom up, and ultimately outcomes matter. We've seen we've got a $750 million fund that is looking to deploy capital in the region, and we've seen a lot of interest in that fund from investors, not just from the region, which is obviously necessary because that's the vote of confidence that you want, but also investors from all over the world, particularly from Asia.
Thank you, Rishi. And I think InvestCorp's experience in this and long history also highlights, you use that to essentially present a very positive picture about how these factors interact, especially in regards to services, technology, and how they have to combine both bottom up and top down. Shane, I mean, you're actually investing in the tech sector and really thinking through these things. How do you see the opportunities in this region reflected, especially building on what Rishi said?
Yes, thank you for having us. Hello? Yes. So thank you for having us. So there are about 3 to 4 punchlines I would love to say. As an international investor, whenever they think about the Middle East, there are a few questions that always come, and I think it's all of our homework to solve together. First is the market size, and second, the exit. I think we can all talk about amazing things that have happened the last many years, particularly led by the GCC. But there are a few things, if I were to say, people generally look at the GCC market as not large enough because they compare with China, 1.4 billion population. They compare with India. They compare with South America. And I do think this is a homework that all of us do need to solve, especially when GCC combined about 52-ish million population, but we do have a GDP per capita. So when we do price times quantity, we can argue we have a relatively sizable market size, but it's not too easy for one company from one country to expand to the all 6 and then expand to Egypt or Pakistan or to many other countries. So this is one of the issues I'm hoping that when we have a Ministry of Finance from across the GCC, we can all solve together. And I believe this is essential for Qatar, UAE, Saudi to be a global startup or tech or financial market like the way it has become Singapore, London, Tokyo, Seoul, and etc. That's one. Second, I want to talk briefly about the exits. I know, I personally believe we need far more VCs, surprisingly, and far more PEs, and far more, of course, listing or IPO guidelines. Just to give you stats, Korea, where I am from, so I'm Korean who has been now living in the Middle East for 7 years, 2 years in Mubada, so 9 years. Korea alone has 660 VCs and accelerators. So we have a 50 million population, we have a small peninsula, but we alone have 660 registered accelerators and VCs. So if I compare the entire VCs in the Middle East, North Africa, and Pakistan, probably about 40 to 50 active ones who can close and lead and really participate. So if you think about it, Middle East, North Africa, and Pakistan, we say way more than 300 million population, but really about 50 registered. If I compare that with the Ps, in Korea we have far more than 1,000 Ps alone in one country. So surprisingly, I actually truly believe our region, we don't have enough financial services investors, and we would like to see far more, and that will build up the healthier local ecosystem, local investment scene, and that will come into, they will carry some liabilities. For example, we already say the valuation in the entire system is not so cheap compared to many other places in the world. So that will be a pressure, but I do think it is our job as an investor and founders to have the right saying, right fundamentals to back up the fundraising journey and have the right exit. Lastly, but not least, the exits. I know Qatar is definitely encouraging that, and hopefully we have a great success case very soon, led by our friends here. Saudi, Tadawul, Nomu, Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange, and also Dubai to a degree. Everyone is playing their part. I think we just need to take a few more risk, let's say a few more innovations, like the way we can learn from the US or eastern parts, and we're going to have a far more. Then there's capital cycles. We have money coming in, success has been built, distributed back to the investors. We are going to have more retail investors. Then we're going to have more entrepreneurs coming in. That's the only way, in my view, to create sustainable local ecosystem. All these tourist investors, I dare say, they're great. It's a great PR, great FOMO, but at the end, it's not sustainable. And we have seen that in any emerging market, be that Korea, be that Southeast Asia economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Mr. Ahmed, you actually bring a very unique perspective as well, because you're not only an entrepreneur and an innovator, but you also deal very hands-on with the investment and know the investment climate. And what is your perspective on the investment climate from a domestic and foreign direct investment perspective?
First, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about, especially my journey with the startup attracting investment. And I've been ex-employee in Ministry of Finance before. I was director there. So I have multi hats to see the real situation. Same as entrepreneur, I'm in business innovation as well. But here's what my learning during the journey. Always you're going to have this taboo with the investor, especially international one. Market size, always concerned about the market size. Your total GCC is 50 million with 6 regulation framework. All of them are different. This is a big concern. The second concern always, talent will not come. I mean, the previous panel, we have this issue of talents will never come to Qatar. They will go San Francisco. And I believe the third one is also what my friend Shane mentioned is how to exit. This is the biggest 3 concern from all the investors, especially international, but also you have the government also concern as well. How to diverse the economy, how to change it from oil and gas, how long this oil and gas will be sustainable for this country. We build infrastructure, we have the best hospital, best infrastructure, everything is the best, especially in Qatar. Okay, this country been built for 5 million people. Then it can form a sizable economy for especially Qatar. So how we can sort this one? And here is my learning, I believe GCC have its own dynamic. own business model. If we can take Tabi as example, if you go to the West, it's more about just one clear business model, just buy now, pay later, just clear one business model. It's about how much market can you attract, yeah? But if you go to the East, if you go to Kazakhstan's example, and you can see Kaspi model, yeah? Kaspi, it's a bank, it's buy now, pay later, it's e-commerce, it's even beyond. So what did GCC need right now? Number one, we need to reduce this mindset gap, I would say. It's not about just one business model in our country, especially Qatar or even GCC. How about we became more hybrid business model? So I can give you example as a living example as Sununu. Our Series B is considered one of the smallest, and actually we were about to cancel half of that one because we don't need extra money. It's only $10 million. But we are closing 2024 with $500 million. You see, I mean, it's almost 50 times our fundraising size. We're already profitable since 2022. How about the Camel Way? You know, there is something called Camel Way. Camel Way mean build a startup, make it profitable, make it sustainable, let us reinvest, and actually Amazon be built in that way. So in GCC, I believe to reduce this gap, of course, international investors should love to come here. Very nice regulation framework. Fund of fund established here in Qatar with $1 billion. Same happened in Saudi Arabia. Same happened in UAE. Mubadala is active there. I believe Oman is also active there. Bahrain is active. I mean, GCC and also the government here is stable. It's a big vision. Each government of the 6 governments have big vision. But they need to accept, and this is actually the most confusing part happen. I don't understand your business model. You are telling me you are doing software as a service, that you export your fleet management technology powered by AI, but also you are doing e-commerce delivery and food delivery and grocery delivery. But I keep telling him, if you're going to compare the one business model, which let's call it West approach, Joker failed in USA. Qatar been devalued from $12.6 billion to almost just $1 billion. Gorilla in Germany being shut down. Is it really working there? Or just gambling? Yeah, let me be like Swiffle. Yeah, let me just put the cash, fuel it with VC. I mean, and this is the thing, yeah? There's famous say, they say, startups growing in US based on number of VCs contribution. Startups been growing up in Africa based on serving the infrastructure, medical technology, fintech, etc. Startups have been successful here, driven by customer. Here is the customer is willing to pay, as example. In different country, customer is not willing to pay. They want everything free, as example. So in the East, it's more about super app and multiple services. Like in China, minimum service you can receive from Didi is maybe 10 services. If you go to gd.com, it can give you 4 services. WeChat already about 20 services. Meituan is more than 40 services. You can order food, but you can book your flight ticket same time, yeah? So I would say, if we can close this way of understanding, it's 50 million people, but all the 50 million, I would consider them more higher than other locations in the world. They are premium customer, they're willing to pay. Our average, I can give you example, our average ticket is around $28. But when we try to discover Pakistan, it's just $3. So which you gonna select, the 200 million people market, or are you gonna select the 3 million market size? So this is always the questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Hamad, you have also a very unique perspective. So far we've heard very positive and a promising description about investor interests in the Gulf, in the GCC, and Qatar. But also the targets and ambitions for the countries to attract FDI is actually quite high as well. So can you share your perspective on what steps the government is doing to promote investment?
Surely. Firstly, thank you for inviting me here. Again, I'm Hamad Al Nasser from Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and my main role in the ministry is to look into trade development and investment promotion. So basically, this is my main job. Not to bore you a lot about, I think a lot of my fellow panelists have mentioned very critical points which I will not cover. Although what I want to cover is, on paper, Qatar's balance sheet looks really well, which is, it is a net exporter. In terms of human development, it's very high. In terms of GDP growth, it's very high. But I think the fundamental question is, until when? Until when will we rely on this natural resource? It's not wrong to capitalize on it. And this is what actually Qatar is doing. Building industries, trying to build industries locally, although investing abroad, similar to other countries, based on natural resources. Now, I think, in this panel, and I'm sure many conversations, we usually look at, GCC countries, and we usually, or subconsciously, we compare with, developed countries, in Europe, in US. But one thing we do not consider is, all these developed countries are 300, 200 years old, like US, China, UK, and France. GCC countries range from 50 to 90 years old, and the rate of development that's happening is honestly commendable. Now, in terms of developing industries, of course, we have, the sovereign wealth fund investing abroad, and which is, I think, a good strategy, but not sustainable in terms of actual economic activity. Yes, you're buying assets abroad, conserving wealth for future nations, and so on. Although building on natural resources is not wrong also. Building on oil and gas, oil field services. And also I'd like to maybe challenge a few assumptions about, scale and about market size in the GCC. Today, I have personally seen investors come to Qatar, access large contracts in Qatar, and then slowly start to look elsewhere. Today, we have, free zones that offer land, offer one of the cheapest electricity ever known. Like electricity is almost free. Qatar has shown that it is a reliable partner. For example, in COVID, only Qatar Airways and one airline, so we are telling foreign companies that we are available, and in times of need, we are still available. So we are trying to position ourselves in a way, and of course, from the government side, and also from the market side, we have, our senior leadership has prioritized certain sectors, manufacturing, logistics, as you mentioned. We have a clear win, which is, the air. And tourism, yes, but I kind of agree with where our panelist was. And of course, enabling sectors, the foundation of any economy is basically education. And Qatar is heavily investing in that. And I will leave a few points to my colleague to cover as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Hamad. Turning to you, Simon. In terms of the thinking at GEMCorp, I think you focus a lot on issues of partnerships and how these work together within the context of this investment climate. Can you kind of share your thoughts on this or other issues regarding direct investment, domestic and foreign?
For sure. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And just by way of background, I've just completed a role working for the UK government as His Majesty's Trade Commissioner, which gave me very privileged access to operate across all of the Gulf countries at a much more political level, but working very closely with Gulf countries, including Qatar, to look at trade and investment flows. And without stating the obvious, trade actually moves in two directions. It's actually in and out, imports and exports. And I think the UK was often guilty of only looking at one side of it and often neglecting the needs of partner countries, which I'll come on to in a moment. I've now moved and working for myself, actually, working with predominantly UK companies, UK investors, UK funds, looking to engage with the Gulf to try and forge and deepen partnerships. But I guess the topic of conversation was very much around FDI, and often people tend to focus maybe slightly on the downside of FDI, but when you look at FDI numbers in aggregate for the GCC, FDI last year stood at 56 billion US dollars. Now, to put that into context, in France was 42 billion US dollars and Germany was 36 billion dollars. So already the Gulf is doing incredibly well comparatively in attracting FDI, global investment into the region. But if you delve down into those numbers, you can see that it's skewed quite heavily towards the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. So the vast majority, 75% of that 56 billion goes into those two countries. So it's quite concentrated and quite uneven when you look across the piece. I was often asked as Trade Commissioner, particularly here in Qatar actually, how can we, the UK government, get more investment from the UK into Qatar? But we're often asked the same question, or I was often asked the same question by many countries of the Gulf. And I think first and foremost, I think someone said it earlier on, attracting FDI is an incredibly competitive sport. There's 190 plus countries in the world, all variously seeking to attract that same dollar of investment. So first and foremost, you have to look at it when you ask the question, how do we attract FDI, how do we attract investment? You have to look at your competitive offer and your comparative offer, actually, your comparative advantage. And a series of sort of data points which we used to work with, but sadly the World Bank stopped producing them in 2021, were indices, what were called the ease of doing business. And it ranked all 190 countries of the world from 1 through to 190, and it highlighted them in terms of which is the easiest country to do business and which is the least easy country to do business. When you look at the GCC countries within that, the UAE actually featured very high at 16, the 16th easiest country in the world to do business, which is quite a strong testament to the transformation agenda that's happened there. But actually most of the Gulf countries were clustered around the 70 and 80 number, so pretty much half of the 190. So when businesses, and UK businesses would often ask me, where do we look when we look at the Gulf? I always pointed them firstly towards ease of doing business, because if you're a UK company, a US company, or whatever it might be, and you're looking to do business, you want that business to be as frictionless and as easy as possible to invest in a country. So I would encourage any of you to have a look at the indices that make up ease of doing business. And actually, I know some countries were very, very particular at breaking all 12 indices that make up the ease of doing business, breaking them down and seeing how their country can improve them so that they became more attractive on a global scale. So that's the ease of doing business. Then when you actually look at a country and you say, right, okay, Qatar, we're going to look at Qatar as our favored destination in the Gulf, you then have to look at the mixture of measures that are made available. A lot of those have been touched on actually during the course of the morning, but it's things like the regulatory environment. How familiar is it to people and how much security does it provide investors and those that are looking to set up a business? What incentives are available? You mentioned the free zones. I mean, Qatar's done an amazing job, as have a number of the other Gulf countries, in setting up free zones with very clear regs, but also, importantly, very clear incentives. Infrastructure, physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Again, Qatar and the Gulf features very highly. You look at things like trade policies. I spend a lot of time as the Trade Commissioner looking at the free trade agreement that the UK government is seeking to negotiate with the Gulf. But in there, you have a series of chapters, 30-odd chapters that make it up by industries, and every one of those chapters looks at how you can reduce what we call barriers to trade. And from an investment point of view in particular, the investment chapter looks at things that make it more, that will give investors more comfort. And you see those often in BITs or investment treaties, bilateral investment treaties. Skills, another important one, we spoke about it here. What skills are available in country? Shane was just talking about, the 50 plus million that makes up the Gulf. It is small by comparison to other markets. So skills is a really key part of that. And then I mentioned things like comparative advantage of nations. You know, what is each country's comparative advantage? We've historically tended to look backwards at more traditional manufacturing type industries, but actually where the world sits today, we're at a very unique point that a lot of industries that we talk about and the technology within them has not yet been developed. So no one country necessarily has a comparative advantage over another, and it gives the countries of the Gulf a very, very unique position, I would argue, to capitalize on those industries of the future, which often can be referred to as sunrise industries, those industries that will be rising in the years and decades ahead. And just last but not least, I would just add that as you look at those sunrise industries and you look at the advantages that the Gulf has, and you look at advantages that maybe Silicon Valley has and some of the major tech centers in Europe, the key message that I always delivered was partnerships. No one single country, no one single individual is necessarily going to solve the technological challenge and solutions of the future. And I would argue that countries like Qatar and other countries of the Gulf have a unique opportunity to reach out into the world and actually create partnerships. And those partnerships can flourish either in the Gulf, in Qatar, or outside. But looking at things like technology bridges, finance bridges, to try and work together to solve the challenges and technological opportunities that exist in the future, I think is a really, really unique opportunity that the Gulf and Qatar in particular has today to deepen those partnerships. So just a few reflections.
Thank you, Simon. And I think the panel started us off really well with presenting kind of the overall picture of the investment climate here and some of the issues, including scale, skills, exit in the context of entrepreneurs, but also the importance of partnerships and other aspects. I want to really take advantage of your collective expertise, and because you really are thinking about this on a daily basis, to now, instead of going wide, go deep. And I would like to invite you to, building on Simon's point of sunrise industries, what are you thinking about right now as an industry or a sector in the Gulf, in the GCC, that you think is potentially promising? What are you considering it seriously? Or maybe one that people haven't really thought about, but you think there's an opportunity there? That's the first one, so the positive aspect. And what do you think needs to be done from a regulatory perspective, or from some other kind of perspective to enable that kind of investment? So something that's on the top of your mind, especially. And for Mr. Hamad as well, the reverse. What kind of industry would you want to attract? That's not necessarily part of the ones that have been identified, but something maybe like a sunrise industry, something. And if I remember correctly, there's the final one of the industry, tourism and logistics. The final one is essentially future industries or sunrise industries. So, what is on your mind in terms of one of these sectors? So, please, Mr. Rishi.
Sure, thank you. Let me start off by kind of outlining what would define something that would merit that kind of classification, right? So we already spoke about the fact that the GCC region, representing $2+ trillion of GDP, 58 million odd population, $40,000 GDP per capita, has certain features to it that are quite attractive, right? That's all established. But we are still talking about a market predominantly from a domestic consumption perspective. The next question is, well, what can the GCC legitimately claim a leadership role in for the entire world, or at least a large part of the rest of the world outside the GCC? And in our view, one of those areas, may not be the only area, but one of those areas clearly is the decarbonization journey, very specifically climate technology, climate tech. Because the journey from here to net zero, if that's what we are working towards all collectively by 2050 or thereabouts, is obviously going to involve a big shift from fossil fuel utilization to renewable energy, which is largely an infrastructure play, and much of that story is already underway. But there are multiple other things that need to happen in major sectors of our existing economy, including the built environment, including food and agriculture, including mobility, all of these areas, plus, of course, not to forget, offsetting technologies, direct capture, sequestration, and so on, that is going to, A, require a significant degree of technology innovation, scientific innovation, a lot of which McKinsey estimates that about 70% of the innovation that is needed for net zero transition has already taken place, actually. So all of that has already occurred. But the next step beyond the innovation is the venture capital investment to try and commercialize the technology. A big chunk of that has happened and is going on, predominantly led by the United States and Europe. The third step is taking the subset of those commercially proven technologies and scaling them up. And that's where the GCC has a big advantage over pretty much any other part of the world that I can conceivably think of as being, I think a couple of panelists earlier today used the term sandbox, right? GCC presents the ideal sandbox for allowing these commercially proven, but nevertheless yet subscale technologies to get the capital that they need, but also use the GCC market as their testing ground to scale up and become the launch pad for where those technologies need to be deployed at scale with affordable economics and unit costs, which is the global south. It is ideally positioned, it is ideally regarded by that part of the world. It is probably one of the most attractive, confluence, if you will, of factors that would drive true leadership. So if I had to, kind of take a step back and say, okay, industries of the future, it's not a big number today, but industries of the future, the GCC in the whole climate infrastructure, climate technology space has a legitimate claim to outright leadership.
So I have a few sectors to talk about, but briefly on the climate tech, I agree. I think it's one of the sectors where GCC can really perhaps set the leadership role. One of our companies called Pure Harvest, we produce 800 tons of tomatoes a month. We do now strawberries, basil, leafy greens, and we have been doing extremely well. We just invested in another company called 4401 with Amazon, Bill Gates, the Break Energy Ventures, Equinor from Europe. We now take carbon CO2 from the air, put into mineralization with this rock called peridotite, which is readily available in the GCC and also around the world, and they are the leading company with it. So we do believe in this sector. It's not easy. It's a long-term patient capital, and it's true innovation, so it takes a long, long time. We are very bullish at Shurok on a few sectors. Still, fintech side, we're quite bullish. Generally, we prefer to go deeper there, what we call infrastructure layer. Less on B2C, but more on B2B, be that issuance of the payments, be that open banking like Lean. We've backed many of the leading categories called NIM card in the issuer, SME lending on the Lendo, of course, the buy now, pay later. We backed the Tamara. I think a lot of our friends here also backed another competitor. So we have quite a few infrastructure layer fintech, and I know a lot of the non-fintech companies are also integrating fintech as part of their business model. So I believe the opportunities are still limitless. As a VC, I cannot not talk about AI. I know it's a cliche, but we do believe in it. We've backed many of the leading industries like Mozen in Saudi, Intematics, DX1, who also has a huge client base here. Any of our sectors, be it healthcare, supply chain, logistics, fintech, are leveraging AI. So we also are quite bullish on that. Lastly but not least, the last 14 years or so, we believe GCC has seen the evolution of e-commerce and all those deliveries, and we believe that will lead to the fulfillment side. We have seen this in Korea, Japan, and the US, so we're heavily investing in the warehousing tech, be that first mile, last mile, cross-border, forwarding, so we believe in those sectors also.
Thanks for the questions. I believe GCC needs a starting point. One of the starting point is government spending. So give the opportunity to the startups and any innovation to contribute to government spending. And now the law in GCC should improve to welcome these new ideas, new startups, and think about localization of this technology. And we keep claiming that the market is small because we have only 50 million people. But the question, is it small or make it smaller? I can give example. My friend Shane just talked about e-commerce, but we keep saying market of Qatar is small, but Qatar is, and local expat here in Qatar spending on e-commerce every year is $3.5 billion outside Qatar. That's create big impact to another economy, that create jobs in another economy. So we need to look to this activity as keep driving increasing number of white collar jobs or pink collar jobs to the economy. That's the first one. So government have to do something about government spending. The starting point number 2 is consumer behavior. Here the consumer is willing to pay, they want more services, they are service oriented. As example, if in some country people want to do the plumber job by themselves, here they want to hire plumber. So consumer is something that, especially if you focus on the 5 area of overall industry in GCC. So what is the 5 areas overall? Number 1 is energy. So in energy, that will lead you to clean tech, will take you to climate change tech, etc. Number 2 is logistic. Overall, this area been logistic hub for 5,000 years. It's always been trading and logistic, nations for multiple nations. And the third one is sport. This has been always sport industry. World Cup is in Qatar, next World Cup maybe in Saudi Arabia, maybe more is coming. Fourth one is health, and the last one is education. So if you can focus not only consumer and government spending, but also on those 5 areas, I believe number 6 is coming soon is the tourist. It's something that will revolve, I believe. The last one is starting point based on founder and talents. Sometimes it's just great founder come from different place in the world and he can build an innovation that can build sector. So one of the biggest mistakes I saw here in the past is saying I want to innovate in AI in medical. What about if I'm a founder that can build AI but something else in media technology as example, a recommendation engine that can propose the best movie that you need to watch tonight, and it's going to make money. So we need to be open for those founders and talents, especially if I'm going to focus on talents. Qatar have the most knowledgeable 12 square kilometer. In just 12 square meter in education city, you have Carnegie Mellon. I hire a lot from them. We have from Georgetown, we have Northwestern, we have all this great university, all these educated people, and they think around 1,000 from them every year, with 4,000 from Qatar University. 5,000 smart graduates every year. I mean, this is how, and they have experiment there, so I can give you, 50% of our hiring every year is from Qatar universities, but the other 50% we take from international companies. So we hire from RAP in South America, we hire from Amazon, we hire from Yandex, from Kaspi, from everyone in the world. And all of them, when they come and live in Qatar, they say, this is very safe country, this is very nice place, I'm happy to live here. And the funny part is I heard my chief product officer from Silicon Valley. I saw in the last panel someone say, you know what, why people will come here from Silicon Valley? And to be honest, when he accepted the offer as chief product officer, I asked him, on the phone, I said, why you are not saying Silicon Valley? Why? He said, you know what, I sit with my wife, I want to build a family, and they say Qatar is a very secure country for us to live. I mean, it's a good place to live overall. Let's be positive. Let's not stuck with all the classic story that talents will not come here. Talents, no, it's a very nice country. It's very safe. If you go to the top 10 safest city in the world, 5 of them in GCC. Yeah, even Sharjah is there. Yeah, Doha is number 2. Abu Dhabi is, I think, number 1. Yeah, so we always in the top 5. So we need to remove a little bit way of thinking in the past. And we need to move forward by understanding, where is in the industry, where is the opportunity. Let's make the market bigger. Let's make the startup successful. Let's invest on them. Let's increase number of people. Only Sununu is contribute 450 employees in Qatar. Almost 3 floors and 1 tower. I mean, this is just one startup. How about 100? They will form, another small economy of digital transformation. So this is my input.
Thank you, Hamid. I mean, adding on to that, what are the future sectors or what are the sunrise sectors or markets. Personally, I believe in fundamentals. I believe that utilizing or looking at sectors we have a right to win. As you mentioned, logistics, air cargo, and also sectors that rely on energy. Energy-related sectors, steel manufacturing. There's a large now shift towards greener manufacturing, green manufacturing, and we see a lot of foreign companies come to Doha because we have cleaner energy compared to iron, compared to coal, and that. And now solar technology is coming. Solar technology was. Like technically speaking, it used to not survive the heat, but now technology has came where solar panels can withstand the heat. So I believe that is a niche area that we can compete in as well.
Thank you so much. Simon, back to you. You started this off on Sunrise Industries.
Well, let me just, rather than sort of repeat what's been said about picking individual industries, let me just come at it slightly from another angle. And I know a few people today have talked about absolute market size and the perception that comparatively it's small. Look, I think it's a fair challenge. And again, if you are a startup or a growth company sitting in the US or Europe or Asia, what is it that's going to attract you here? Now, the obvious things are, I mentioned them, the things like the incentives that are available and the like. But ultimately, what is going to bring companies here as well is that there is a market for what is being produced. And we're talking about Sunrise Industries, so let me talk about the sort of the technical side of things. I'm working with a company at the moment for an agency elsewhere in the GCC, and we're helping them solve this problem of how do you create a market that will naturally attract the greatest minds to that particular country, but the same is true for Qatar. And actually, you've got some amazing companies operating here, some world-leading companies that compete on the global scale with really, really intelligent and smart staff. And actually, a lot of the problems that if there was a technical solution for them, actually are faced, your staff know what they are. So if you go out to all of your staff and say, right, based on what you do today in your job, if there was a solution that could be generated, for example, to make not only your job easier, but make the company fundamentally more attractive, and that solution is not yet available, what the company that I'm working for actually goes out around the world and gets companies, tech companies, startups, growth companies to pitch to create a solution to the challenge that's been identified from within the company in Qatar, for example. And the advantage of that is you then get that talent to come to Doha, and they then actually develop that solution with the company in Doha. You start creating IP in Doha, you start creating Qatari startups, which then starts attracting VC. And that product, for sure, you've got a ready-made market because the idea came from within Qatar, but you've also then got a product which could be scaled up globally. So you take something like a Qatar Energy, for example. I'm pretty certain that there are many, many opportunities that exist today in QE that no one's even thought about. Now, I'm not saying that the solution will necessarily come from within Qatar, but I'm pretty certain that if you put that idea out there to the globe and you attracted those companies here to solve that problem in partnership again with Qatari individuals and companies, I'm pretty certain that you can start to create a market in countries. So it's not always dependent on sort of imported ideas. I think a lot of the ideas actually sit here today. They're just dormant and people don't know about them.
Thank you so much. That was really a very insightful discussion. I know that we're running tight on time. I think we have 5 more minutes left. So what I'd like to do is rather quickly invite short questions, 2 or 3 short questions from the audience, and then just give our panelists kind of 1 minute to either reply or wrap up.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hello, everyone. Najla bin Mimoun from the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you, Nader. Thank you to the panels. I think you've all done a great job covering how the region is able to attract talent. My question is about retaining talents and retaining family and actually encouraging them to invest their money, saving, and remittances in the region instead of sending it abroad. So what does it take to get to that? Thank you.
Hi. Okay, let's wait for another question.
Yeah, sorry, we'll take a couple more, and then people have a chance to respond.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question to Mr. Penny. In February of this year, we witnessed the 6th round of the UK GCC negotiations. Are you optimistic about the possibility of the negotiations being successfully concluded? And how would you summarize the biggest challenges that are currently facing the negotiations? Thank you very much.
Last question. Here we go.
Thank you for an insightful discussion. So this is called GCC 2035. So where do you see or hope to see the region in 10 years from an investor's perspective, and what would it take to get there?
Thank you so much. Can we go in reverse order, maybe? Mr. Penny and then Hamad. Sorry?
Maybe Hamad.
Sure. Okay. So the question was, Qatar relies on international talent, and once they come here, how do you retain them for a long time? Now, from regulations perspective, I can maybe explain a few areas Qatar has developed. As you know now, Qatar has abolished the sponsorship system or the kafala system. So now talent can, or talented individuals have the freedom to move around from company to company. Secondly, we have introduced a few new types of visas. In 2018, we have launched the permanent residencies for outstanding talents. There is a pathway to reside in the country. On the trade side, in 2019, we came up with the investment law, which allows 100% ownership of your company. So if talented individuals see that they can run their own, or go ahead with their own ideas, now that's not a barrier. So talented individuals can establish a company in Qatar across all sectors and do business. Interesting fact, this year alone, we have, in the ministry, we have registered more than 900 foreign companies, completely foreign. So we are doing a few, amendments or revisions to ensure that we retain talents, and many more are coming on the way.
Thank you. Simon? Yes.
The question that was asked about the free trade agreement. Of course I'm optimistic. I have to give that answer. In fact, from the UK side, I actually initiated the free trade agreement discussions a couple of years ago now. Free trade agreements are inherently difficult documents to negotiate because I mentioned they cover everything involved in the exchange and export and imports of goods and services, plus investment. And some of those areas are held more dearly to some countries than others, so it boils down to negotiations. What I would say is it's always much harder when you're negotiating with a bloc. So the GCC obviously being 6 countries, the UK being 1, it requires all 6 GCC countries to agree on one specific point. And as I think someone else, well, in fact, I made the point that trade is probably one of the most competitive sports you can get. The GCC countries, by definition, compete against each other. It's healthy, it's good. So expecting the Gulf countries, all 6, to reach an agreement on a single position on the import or export of a single good is also a challenge. And I'll just give you an example of that. The EU, which is 27 countries, has been negotiating with the Gulf, which is 6 countries, for the last 30 years, 30 years. And they still haven't yet reached an agreement, because you can do the permutations, 27 countries and 6 countries. There are a lot of individual vested interests. But I am optimistic with the GCC one, quite simply because the political will is there, and it boils down ultimately to political will. I think we don't have industries, many of our industries don't overlap. It's when industries overlap that it becomes more difficult and more contentious. So I'm optimistic that we will find a way through. The new UK government has committed to the free trade agreement with the Gulf. So I know there's talk about trying to get things done in as short a time as possible from now on. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Hamad, final thoughts.
On this question on living here, look, I don't think there's any other proof like me who's Korean, studied and worked in the US, moved here 7 years ago, and honestly, I really do consider this as my home. I even moved my parents from Korea to Dubai about 2 years ago. So I honestly cannot understand when people say GCC is like it's a hard place to live, because as someone who lived in Seoul, Singapore, Hong Kong, Philadelphia, New York, and San Francisco, honestly, this is, in my view, one of the best place to live, and I think we can back with data. The way to maintain that, though, I think first, we do have some perception or prejudice against the Middle East. No matter how much people here, we're here for a reason, so we don't have a prejudice. But I think people from the US and Asia and etc. who still have not visited, they still have prejudice. So it is all our homework. That's why I assume Qatar and our friends here in GCC, we spend a lot of time in the movies and etc. But we need to go far deeper and really invite people to come here and see the quality of life is really unparalleled, definitely compared to South Korea. My only worry about living here is the cost of living is high. That's definitely not on the lower side. And that really, in my view, becomes the origination of a lot of other topics. For example, the salaries. I invest in startups. The startups salaries for the people. Now also that then results in a higher funding. That results in, again, a higher investment cost. So there's a lot of those tight economic activities. But like to respond to you quickly, I truly believe GCC is the best place to live. 2035, we are going to be much more powerful and much more developed than today in a global scene. So the future is so bright for us.
Thank you. Mr. Ishi, the final couple minutes is yours.
Thank you. So let me first mention, I've been in the GCC now for more than 32 years. So I'm living proof of if you all agree that I have some talent, then I'm living proof of the ability of the region to attract and retain talent. But on a more serious note, I think what is needed as the next step, I think the leadership across the 6 GCC countries have taken a lot of steps, particularly recently, to encourage that retention. But the next step that is also needed is to provide a mechanism, a platform in the GCC countries for elegant retirement. Because the value chain, it's a great place to live and work. It needs to be equally a great place to live and retire, right? Because that's how you create the permanence that we are looking for. That's on that. There was a question, 10 years from now, I think, 10 years from now, how do we want investors to look at the GCC? So I'm going to give a very brief answer. It should be somewhere in the range of 3 to 5% of an investor's allocation, GCC markets. So a global investor taking an objective view of how to allocate their capital across the globe, between North America, Europe, other parts of Asia, etc., GCC should be 3 to 5% if we deliver on both the potential and the promise that we've all discussed, most of this morning, and the national visions for each of these countries unfolds in the way the leadership has described them, but also equally importantly, if we continue to progress down the path of greater alignment and cohesion between those visions and bringing the true power of that 58 million people with the $2.2 trillion of GDP to bear as a single cohesive unit rather than excessively fragmented. I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Rishi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking this exceptional panel for their insightful comments, reflections on the investment climate in the GCC and investment strategies. Hopefully you took note of that as well. So thank you very much. It's really been a pleasure.
So thank you, Nader and friends, for a really great discussion. I wish there were more policymakers in the room, but I think we'll capture some notes and hopefully share them in our white paper after this conference as well. So as we get to the conclusion of the day, I'd like to invite our final speaker of the day, Dr. Tariq Yusuf, Director of the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, and has been in the region for several years, has worked in DC, UAE, and an extensive track record of working on ideas that we are seeing today. Dr. Tariq. Sure, can do that. So Dr. Tariq, as we reach the last session of the day, just before closing, maybe a question to you on what you've heard during the day and what your views have been over the years in terms of the GCC's emergence as a, you can call it a trading bloc, union. I mean, people talk common currency as well. What's your views on how that's progressed and where do you see the next 10 years, 2035?
Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. Thank you, Anil, for the kind invitation to participate in today's conference, to the Ministry of Finance, the GCC Secretariat. I promise you I will not be too long. I do not want to stand between you and lunch. And I'm going to try to reflect in the few minutes I have on what I think I heard today and my own thoughts on how much of it I felt I agreed with, how much of it made me think, and how much of it left me wondering about the next agenda for thinking about those issues. I think perhaps one overarching theme in today's panels underpinning the discussion today, and I'll try to state it very clearly and very bluntly. We talked about future industries, the GCC regional integration. There were hints and discussions about the international system. But really what the discussion has been about in a lot of the ideas and proposals that were put on the table has been the future growth model for the GCC. So whether it's new industries, new sectors, new investments, the implicit assumption or stated assumption in some of the interventions is a question around the future growth model for the GCC. And I think it's better to state it in this way because one recognizes the challenges that are driving us to ask that question. One of the big challenges that should be obvious to all of us, especially in the GCC, is the impending energy transition. For a lot of countries, this is framed in terms of climate change and the need to combat and mitigate. For the GCC, the energy transition is about lives and livelihoods. Should there be an acceleration in this energy transition, the move away from fossil fuels in the next few years, over the next decade? And we saw an acceleration during the COVID pandemic. This could have significant, if not catastrophic, consequences for the chief export commodity, the chief driver of government revenues, and the underlying fundamental for the high standard of living that the countries have. And so it makes perfect sense to start thinking about future growth, the new industries, the new opportunities, and what is required to get there. I agreed that with a lot of the speakers who suggested, as we think about this new growth model, especially in sectoral terms or in specific policy terms, that this growth model has to be one that delivers a high standard of living. It has to maintain or deliver high productivity gains. It cannot be the old model or the existing model where it's oil or largely a non-trading, non-tradable sector that is focused on domestic services. The future incomes, future prosperity has to be derived from the emergence of new export industries. Outside of oil, outside of fossil fuels increasingly. Now, the story obviously is different for different countries in the GCC, but to the extent that fossil fuels are increasingly going to be a thing of the past as we move into the future, your income has to be derived increasingly from new export sectors, high value added sectors, high productivity sectors. And so in many ways, what we're talking about for the future is diversification 2.0. The old diversification that's centered on infrastructure, education, basic government services, and public goods was largely successful, but a new diversification drive that is focused on the international system, trading, globalizing, or being a part of the new emerging international system is one that requires, in my view, the new sectors, the new industries, and we can debate which of these industries meets the criteria of being suitable, doable, achievable, and one where the GCC can in fact gain some competitive advantage. But the new growth model and the new diversification drive is going to require a new role from the government. It's going to require something that I've surprised nobody mentioned today, although everyone spoke about it in different ways. Some spoke about government investments, direct investments in companies and direct investments in some sectors to enable, to jumpstart, to incentivize. There were a few hints of other things that governments around the world are increasingly doing, things like subsidies, tax breaks, providing various incentives, what is termed increasingly around the world, industrial policy. So for the students from Georgetown University, the term industrial policy, which is now gaining a lot of usage, and is coming, incidentally, not from developing countries, but from the big, advanced Western and also countries in Asia. Industrial policies, when I went to school, had become an obsolete term, almost a dirty term. You didn't want to do it. Nobody would support the idea that governments actually intervened to support certain industries, to give them credits, to give them subsidies, to give them protection. But increasingly, that is what we're observing everywhere. You don't have to go very far. Think of the Chips and Science Act of 2022 that then passed. Think of the Inflation Reduction Act. Think of the big package that was pushed through in Europe just in the last year to incentivize investments in green technologies and to provide certain protections for local industries. So what the GCC has been doing in the past and is going to be requiring more of moving forward. And I think what I'm trying to suggest to further advance the discussion of today is that you need to be much more explicit and bold about what governments need to do moving forward.
So Tariq, if you can build on that, so I like the notion of diversification 3.0, sorry, 2.0 you said, not 3.0. 3.0 is in the future. Has a fundamental shift from the current view of diversification, which is based on the fact that the government drives the diversification. Large oil companies help create other large companies. And I think it's not the right phrase, but let me say that's trickle-down structure. I think we need innovation-up thinking, which is saying the private sector is going to create the jobs and industries of the future, not government. Government's role is to actually enable those, not to act like the private sector. I was in particular struck, okay, in all the speakers in both the previous panels, the industries panel and the investor panel said a lot of very building block elements of things, but Mr. Al-Hajri, Hamad Al-Hajri, who CEO of Sununu, said a few things. He said, role of government to support. He said recognition of the need for different models of investment, both from the private sector and the government. The need for building skills and capabilities, which are important because education and healthcare and all need new different skills. And in Qatar, in UAE, in Saudi, the skills that are being built, combination of expats and nationals is an important set of, I think, ingredients that we outline. And the question then is, how do the governments and the private sector jointly change policies, as you said, subsidies and tax breaks and perhaps some investments as well, coupled with the private sector owning up to the nature of the opportunity, which is that the innovation has to come from them, not from the government?
Well, this is a kind of a chicken and an egg problem, Anil. And I'll be very clear here and blunt about my views. The old private sectors in much of the GCC that made possible the services, made possible the consumption, provided also a lot of input in the provision of public goods. Think of transport, construction, real estate. Those are not going to be the private sectors that will deliver for you green tech, AI, quantum computing, high value added manufacturing. I guess what I'm suggesting is new private sectors will have to emerge and be incentivized. And that is why in a lot of the new industries that were mentioned today by the previous panelists, we're seeing the governments of the GCC stepping in, whether they're investing abroad or setting up companies at home or setting up funds, they are leading. And there's nothing wrong with this. That's what we saw China do. That's what we saw a number of Asian countries do. That's what we're seeing increasingly the US and Europe telling their economies and telling their sectors they want the private sector to do with active government help. So moving forward, especially when, think of what the Bahraini Minister of Economy suggested earlier, Minister of Finance. He said there are strategic projects that have to start, that the government has to sort of perhaps identify, incentivize, create the ecosystem for. But along the way, the private sector has to emerge as the driver for these projects. The private sectors alone will not do it. Governments have to be seen to be playing a leading role. If I had said this 10 years ago, I think I would have been chased out of the room. This was not the thinking, right? It's all about liberalization and international openness with markets driving things. But events have changed, and those events and circumstances, and I'm happy to reflect on them, are increasingly putting governments at the heart of the future industries, at the heart of the new sectors. And that has a lot to do with, we could talk about this in a little bit. This brings me also to maybe the third aspect or the third pillar of what I think has to happen besides diversification and industrial policy. The third pillar of this, it was talked about by all the panelists, and I don't think it should be framed as a no option problem for the GCC. Scale is going to matter in this a lot. Most of the industries, as was mentioned in the previous panel, the future industries, require scale in order for you not only to have a large consumption market, but to achieve competitiveness, to achieve a cutting-edge niche. That scale at present within the GCC, I would say, is a big question mark. Yes, this is a region that is integrated well. This is a region where we see a lot of cooperation, but it's also a region where we're seeing different countries take different paths, make different decisions about the future, and sometimes make policies that make it very difficult for the group as a whole to work together. And so the third pillar would be diversification 2.0, industrial policy. The third pillar is regionalism in the Gulf. Real regionalism, a renewed effort to foster not just integration in trade, where some countries have been successful, but also in services. Yes, anybody who examines tariffs in the GCC will note that we have a customs union. Goods flow relatively easily and freely in principle, but there are a lot of non-tariff barriers. There are a lot of behind-the-border barriers. There are a lot of barriers at the border. You're going to have to deal with a lot of these moving forward as part of expanding the market, creating the scale, and playing in these new sectors, which are about more than just saying we want to do it, we're going to invest money in it. It's about also the R&D and the networks and the local economies that have to thrive.
Thank you, Tariq. So maybe we take a couple of questions from the audience. And then I think there's a question from Gamdan. No, can't see from here.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for your informative talk. My name is Saleh Sheep. I want to ask just about when we are talking about future and diversification, what kind of sector-oriented or like concentrations of sectors that can be checked for the GCC or Qatar for the future, rather than oil industry and energy sector? Thank you.
I guess the answer, Saleh, is this is precisely what I'm recommending be done more systematically, be done in a more deliberate fashion. The government that's going to identify that sector or help identify that sector with the business community needs a different set of skills moving forward. The government is no longer just providing services. They're identifying potential strategic sectors, projects. They are monitoring progress. They are creating linkages between companies and the international system. And so the government has to also evolve as part of this process. Which sectors specifically fit for Qatar versus Saudi Arabia versus Bahrain? We could have a debate about this, and we see a variety of manifestations of these preferences. What I was trying to suggest, Saleh, is that moving forward, that big size market, that broader view about the GCC and some harmonization of policies is going to be not just an option, but a requirement. Let me maybe be a bit more specific about this. All the discussions we're having today about what the GCC should be doing or not cannot be isolated from what's happening in the international system. People hinted or mentioned the term the retreat of globalization. People mentioned the term the backlash against globalization. Well, what does that specifically mean? One manifestation of this is this growing rivalry between China and the US. There is a geopolitical dimension to it, but there is an economic warfare dimension to it. The US doesn't want China to make advances in some sectors, or as fast as it's doing, and it's denying China certain inputs. China's going to respond and is going to retaliate. Does this matter for the GCC individually and collectively? Yes. It matters in two ways. One, our biggest trading partners increasingly in the GCC are where? In Asia. China, for a number of GCC countries, is the biggest trading partner. At some point, this rivalry between the US and China, this competition, is going to force countries in the GCC to maybe take sides, or they will be asked to take sides. And I can mention examples of this here, but there's no need to go into specific country cases where the US said, you cannot do business with us and China at the same time in this particular sector. You have to choose. That becomes a much more tougher requirement moving forward on policymakers. They have to choose the sectors. They have to think about the scale. They have to manage the geopolitics. The only thing I can say that is clear to me at this moment now is that it's the regionalism answer that's going to empower the GCC. And in fact, one of the responses we're seeing to the fragmentation of the international system is that supply chains and trade is becoming increasingly regionalized. So you have to think about the region as being your natural area where you want to expand. I don't buy the notion that somehow being a GCC country, with everything else being equal, you could think of South Africa being your natural trading partner as opposed to the countries in your immediate neighborhood. Even the geopolitics is making you do that. And I think it makes this new growth model discussion far more challenging than maybe the initial panels had suggested, where we were just thinking in terms of industry A or B and C. Not every GCC country can become a player in AI. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think GCC countries can throw a lot of money at AI as investors maybe or participants, but to have a competitive edge to be able to export services around AI, I don't think so. And I think we can take sectors one by one. The regional answer is an important part of the solution, collective action by the GCC, and managing increasingly a very difficult external environment. Maybe I'll just add one more thing here, since I don't know if we're running out of time. The GCC regionalism in the future, in my humble opinion, is going to be about more than just the GCC. So if the 50 million person number that was cited by a number of speakers earlier is a constraint, well, how do you expand that number? Well, you're part of a larger neighborhood in the Middle East. This neighborhood right now may not seem attractive. It's a source of a lot of concern and risks. But surely in the future, it ought to be part of your thinking as you think about regionalism and regionalized globalization moving forward. That's what other regions are doing around the world. We can choose to look the other way and each country go on its own. But I think we do that with a lot of risk about the future conditions we may be facing.
So I think I'll add just one thing, Saleh, to Dr. Tariq's comments, which is that when you select sectors, you heard a lot of sectors mentioned today, fintech and climate tech and so on and so forth. I'll give you one factoid and then the comment is going to make. So in the climate tech arena, which is one of the sectors that was highlighted, $1 billion was invested last year from the GCC. 58 million of that went to GCC investments, the rest went outside the GCC. Why is that? It's not that they don't believe in the sector. The investors clearly believe in the sector, but they went outside because they didn't have enough trust in the capabilities and the technology or the ideas or the companies that were being set up in the region. And it's not there are not enough companies. There are enough companies in the region that didn't get funding either, as you heard from Mr. Al-Hajri as well. Companies do not get funded. Which brings me to the point in a way. So if I think about sectors that may be of value to Qatar or the GCC region, you have to start with competitive advantage as the primary basis. Where is the region's competitive advantage today? Well, it has been in oil and gas. Energy is adjacent, which is not a bad place to start with the solar investments and the other renewable investments that have already gone in the region, despite it being an oil and gas company, is actually a starting point. But beyond that, then you say, how do I build that? And that boils down to what are the export opportunities, but also what are the localization opportunities. Manufacturing, for example. Again, you don't have to be the world's leading manufacturing country like Germany or the US or China to have more manufacturing in the region. It's a function of enough capabilities. It's a trade-off. Logistics costs versus cost of production. That's it, very simple. If your cost of production can be lower than the import cost, you have a market. If you can't, then you don't. And Shane's comment earlier that the cost of living have gone up is a fact. So competitive advantage is a function of those different factors coming together. But if I fast forward to Daniela's question earlier, in 2035, I would say energy and climate tech should be areas of opportunity for the region, given that it's adjacent. And then beyond that, whether it's sports, entertainment, education, healthcare, localization, I think that's where the opportunities are unknown and unclear. So I think we're running out of time. Bara, can I invite you to join us and do the closing jointly? So Bara is, since Dr. Saud is still caught up in the ministerial meeting, Bara was going to actually help us close the session. So we changed the format a little bit. We might still take a question as we do the closing, but we are the last 5 minutes. Bara, you're. Just by way of background, Bara is the Director of Economic Competitiveness in the Ministry of Finance. So Saleh's question is directly relevant here as well.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the esteemed guests representing ministries and entities in GCC and all the students who participated in today's conference. We've heard mind-opening conversations and ideas today. Our speakers and panelists from both public and private sectors explained the world is facing and how to address them as well as opportunities provided. There are 4 key messages that I have taken away from these discussions. First message is about geopolitical development. The current global landscape is shaped by significant geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and economic uncertainty. Second message is about the technological development. And this is back to your question, Saleh. The rapid pace of technological innovation, particularly in AI, renewable energy, and advanced manufacturing, is reshaping industries worldwide. Third message is about positioning of GCC. For the GCC to remain relevant in the global market, it must adapt quickly by investing in future industries and development and talent mobility. The GCC countries can become global leaders in these sectors. Last message, urban and capture emerging opportunities. By pooling resources, know about how GCC should act to adapt these developments. 1, GCC must act collectively to safeguard its economic future as major economies struggle with inflation, technological disruption, and climate change. 2, strong leadership, collaboration, and innovation will enhance the GCC resilience against these risks, enabling it to better manage uncertainties while remaining competitive in an evolving global economy. I believe World Cup provided the legacy for pride and a very good example on how GCC can achieve better outcomes through building on successful examples. Regional collaboration in other areas will enable the GCC to scale innovation and lead in these transformative sectors. And as we conclude today's session, I'm excited about the potential and prosperous future that GCC holds, and thank you again for your participation and engagement with us today. Thank you.
So thank you all for attending with the State of Qatar for hosting this conference. I think some of you have noticed, let me state the obvious, that our attendance is a bit on the low side. We lost a normal lunchtime. So thank you once again. Thanks to the Ministry of Finance, the GCC Secretariat, as well as with the multiple events going on, with some of the visa issues, not ours, but because of the ongoing war, there have been delays as well. So that's the fact of the day. We've had last-minute delays, but we still had a great discussion. And thanks to the speakers, His Excellency, their Excellency that came earlier, and to all the attendees as well. And thank you, Bara and Ministry of Finance as well. Thank you.